Good afternoon and namaste. I warmly welcome you all on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, our dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, our inspiring Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, and our beloved Dean, FMS and Director, Amity Business School, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal sir, to the first session of the three-day 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership on the theme Next Gen Tools and Strategies for the Business Growth in Industry 5.0.
The theme of this session is Strategies for Sustainable Growth of New Ventures in Industry 5.0. With a galaxy of eminent speakers in the panel, I am sure we are going to have enlightening discussions and deep insights on this thought-provoking theme.
Very true. This is going to be an engaging session for all of us. I would now like to invite session in charge, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal sir, Dean Faculty of Management Studies and Director, Amity Business School, to welcome our distinguished panelists.
Dr. Bansal is an admired academician with a PhD and DLIT degree. Under his leadership,
no need of any introduction. All my students knows me. Thank you so very much for being there, all of you. Can we just welcome all the guests of the
So I would request you to please welcome our esteemed guests with Tulsi saplings. We would like to invite Mr. Tanmay Saha, Mr. V. Sagar, Mr. Jyoti Prakash Gadia, and Mr. Sahil Kapoor. Guys, can we have a huge round of applause?
clapping should be more for Mr. Sahil. He is your super senior class of 2009.
It is my pleasure to introduce to you the coordinator and moderator of the session, Professor Dr. Ramesh Bagla sir. Dr. Bagla is Professor of Strategy and Management at Amity Business School. Before coming to the academia 13 years ago, he has had rich industry experience spanning over 35 years. He has worked across functions and industry sectors. He has held senior management position in UCO Bank, Aditya Birla Group, and Hutchison Telecom Limited. He was also chosen Business Professor of the Month by Higher Education magazine in one of its issues. Professor Bagla has delivered a three-day seminar on international business strategy at ISM Paris. He has published several research papers and case studies in national and international journals. Professor Bagla has done Masters in Economics and PGDBA from MDI, followed by a PhD in Management. He has attended international program on project appraisal and risk analysis conducted by Harvard University. I now request Mr. Ramesh Bagla sir to moderate the session. Also, I would like to request a session in charge, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal sir, to facilitate our distinguished guests and address the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Divya Chauhan ma'am, our distinguished speakers, Mr. Veer Sagar ji, Mr. Jyoti Prakash Gadia ji, Mr. Arijit Roy ji, Mr. Tanmoy Saha ji, and our very own Mr. Sahil Kapoor ji. Session coordinator, Dr. Ramesh Bagla ji, who despite of his not so good health, he has joined today. Dr. Ruchika Nayyar, all the colleagues, participants, and dynamic students of MIT Business School. I welcome you all for this first concurrent session in this fifth conference ICEIL on strategies for sustainable growth of new ventures in Industry 5.0. As we all know, this is the fifth version of ICEIL under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Parvinder Shukla. MIT is an institution driven towards excellence, leadership, and research, which upscale the potential of young, vibrant entrepreneurs and provides them a support system through various programs, mentoring, platforms, and innovative incubator. Entrepreneurship, innovation, leadership are closely related words, which are less meaningful if are used in individual intent and purposes. Innovation is all about applying your creativity to come up with unique ideas or solutions. Innovation is generally understood as a technological invention, and while it is used to bring ideas into life, is commonly known as entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs grasp the opportunity to cash in on innovation. They build businesses and propel innovation forward, and this trait normally is being noted in leaders who exhibit and use innovation in entrepreneurship. The role of entrepreneurs, innovators, and leaders is integral to understand the value of human intuition and problem-solving capabilities in industry environment. While robots are much more consistent than humans and better at precision work, they are inflexible and incapable of the adaptability and critical thinking that define us as humans. And in any case, humans cannot be replaced. In the highly dynamic and complex world, environmental conditions are changing fast, and with even faster development of technology, it is essential to integrate sustainability goals with Industry 5.0. This is a big challenge at the center of discussion in this theme on next-gen tools and strategies for business growth in Industry 5.0 in ICEIL 2023. This conference would provide a platform for researchers, innovators, and practitioners to deliberate on the advancements of next-generation tools and innovative technology solutions for business growth and sustainability for achieving the desired goals. It shall provide an exciting opportunity and a stepping stone for startups, stand-ups, and potential entrepreneurship aspirants. This event will showcase 300 plus distinguished speakers, 50 plus jury members, 100 plus exhibitors, 100,000 participants in panel discussion sessions, workshops, symposiums, case study competition, startup expo, Eureka Innovative Design Project, Lakshya Business B-Plan competition, and so on. I am sure the deliberation during these 3 days of this conference will be of great advantage for all the attendees. I once again warmly welcome all the esteemed speakers, wishing all the attendees a vibrant, interactive, meaningful participation in ICEIL, this first conference session. Welcome you all.
I now request Dr. Ramesh Bagla sir to moderate the session.
Good afternoon. Such a big crowd and such a feeble good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am delighted to welcome you all to this session of enlightening panel discussion on the theme strategies for sustainable growth of new ventures in Industry 5.0. As Dr. Bansal has just said, this topic is of great importance and relevance to all of us. While on one hand, we are having a new technology every other day. AI is everywhere. And God only knows what kind of mind-blowing technology will emerge tomorrow. So on one hand, we are advancing in the technology, and there is a glut of new ventures. For some ventures, taking the advantage of the models of large scale aggregation and consolidation, the journey has not been so tough. But by and large, it has been seen that only 45% of the new ventures survive after 5 years. And mind you, this statistics in India is better than that of USA. There the number is 40%. So there are many challenges which these new enterprises face. This discussion is going to devote itself how these new ventures can sustain and progress. There is a very unique kind of a paradox that we are seeing today. The enterprises that have been able to establish themselves and having mind-blowing valuations, they are able to attract more and more capital, all the unicorns. While smaller enterprises with their meager resources, and since they do not have a valuation, they have to suffer from the shortage of funds. Fortunately for us, we have a very eminent panel comprising of experts from different fields. Mr. Veer Sagar is a IT veteran, and it is indeed very heartening and a pleasant experience to me when I met him that at this age, when he has already completed 60 years of experience, he is still going strong. Not only he is running his own enterprise, he is an author, he runs a YouTube channel, and many such initiatives in which he is very actively involved. In fact, I met him just about 2-3 weeks back, and he very kindly accepted my invitation to come here. So he is the senior most amongst all of us. So I very respectfully invite you, sir, to assume the charge of this session as the session chair and start the session with your address. Thank you.
Mr. Veer Sagar is a reputed management and IT professional with over 60 years of rich and diverse work experience. He has valuable experience in turning around companies through positioning and cost management, as well as creating a management structure which is efficient, flexible, and scalable. Mr. Sagar was the pioneer in the IT field and was part of the IT and software revolution in India. He set up one of the India's earliest computer systems in Dunlop and later was part of the IT bandwagon as head of ICIM marketing and DCM's computer company. Under his leadership, DCM created the world's first 486-based mini computer and exported designs and software to technology leaders like Microsoft, Intel, and IBM. He was quick to recognize the power of back office and set up India's first third-party software called Selectronic. Mr. Sagar is a multi-talented person. He is the author of the best-selling book on management, Failure is Not an Option. owner of YouTube channel Learn with Veer Sagar and a platform for e-coaching on cricket, Criconet. He is a management consultant with a special focus on IT solutions.
Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
To present my book to the two professors, because the actual judging of a book is from professors of management. See, others say yes, very nice because of my age. So I would like to present first to Mr. Sanjeev Bansal my copy of my book. And also to I hope they read it and give comments. Thank you.
Before sir starts, just on the lighter side, Professor Vagla today first time accepted that there is somebody who is senior than him.
Actually, continuing that, senior by quite a shot, 10 years senior. I started my career in 1964 as a management trainee. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. And thank you, Dr. Sanjeev Bansalji and Ramesh Manguji for inviting me to this lovely function. I get so overawed when I see such lovely, bright minds here. And I keep thinking back what I missed out, because I never had the opportunity to go to a college like this. All I had to learn, I learned the hard way from the ground. So today, I'm going to talk to you quite different from what you're expecting. I'm going to tell you what background there is going to be in this so that you can build an entrepreneur. You can become an entrepreneur, and you can provide leadership. The only thing I want to tell you is when you want to become an entrepreneur, form a team, because hold your breath, select people who are smarter than you. Do not take anybody who's not as smart as you, because smart people make smart projects, smart teams. Dull, mediocre people will pull you down. So remember that. Don't take a mediocre person because you want to stand out. Take a smarter person because he or she will make you come up. Now let's look what's happening in the world around. Today, technology is changing. When you said technology olden days, you thought of IT. Very special. In a very big silo. IT guys were IT guys. Nobody else were allowed in the IT department. The big, huge silos. What's happened now? IT is bursting out of the silos. Technology is bursting out. It's no more IT. Technology is across industry. It's enabling technology. It's no more IT. Look at an automotive. Look at a car. It's got more IT than it's got mechanical engineering. Is it IT or is it mechanical engineering? You don't know. So if you look at the future, IT is all over. So there is no more IT. It's enabling technology. It's broken the silos and come down, and it's come down to the lowest level. Today, knowledge and technology is democratized. Everybody, whatever level of life he or she is now touched by technology. So if you look around, when I left DCM 25 years ago, I knew when you were working for corporate companies, you get a lot of perks. I had a lot of perks. When I left DCM, I had to return all the perks. I happily returned all the perks except my landline. I said, I will not return the telephone line because it was impossible to get a telephone connection. And today, look at our telephone communication system. I don't know where my driver is parked, and I don't care. When I come out, I will call him, he has a mobile. And I'll tell him, where am I? He'll bring me here. I don't know where Amity is. I've come from Gurgaon. I asked the professor, please send me location. He sends me a location and I blindly follow and I come 15 minutes ahead of what I plan to be here. So technology is reached at the lowest level. And believe me, I am quite low when it comes to technology reception. Other thing it has done is, it's opened up the world. Today, you could be an entrepreneur in Noida, but your customer could be anywhere in the world. And as part of ESC, as the chairman designate of ESC, I keep seeing that how our small scale people are selling in different parts of the world without having gone there. And sometimes without meeting. I run a small company. I'm one of the earliest, I don't want to say entrepreneurs, but a back office chap, third person back office. All my customers are in the US. And half of them I have not met. I'm going to meet them first time when I go this. Because it spread. So technology has made the world global. So this is where we are living here. Now what you have to worry about is the source of technology and replacement of technology is becoming open. Previously, if you were in the automobile business, right, you looked for other automobile companies in India and see what they are doing. When I was working in DCM, I used to look at Wipro and ICEIL and say, what are they doing? Because that was my competition. When I was working in Dunlop, I was looking at what Firestone and Sheet are doing because that was my competition. These are companies in India. Today, when you are working for any company, competition can come from anywhere. Not necessarily from your own vertical. It can come from anywhere, from any part of the world, from any vertical. You look around, again, the automotive industry. Where is the competition coming from? Not from Detroit, not from automotive industry. It's come from Silicon Valley, from IT company. Similarly, if you look at transport system, if you look at photography, where is the competition coming from? Totally different companies. So constantly, the environment is one of destructive recreation. You have now passed the age of continuous improvement. Small improvement, because that's no good. Every few years, you got to sit down, see where you are, and what do you need to do. And you need to actually, because technology is disruptive. Believe me, when technology comes, it breaks everything in the way. Totally disruptive. But it then recreates. And those that can take advantage of that can shine. So be careful. We have to have ability to find technology and ride it. In my own experience, and I'm taking my own back office company, because my back office company has come on the back of technology. And incidentally, let me tell you something shocking. Entire India is back office. Especially when it comes to IT, we are all back office. We're all doing back office. So sooner or later, technology will overtake each one of us. I was doing back office, right? Which is the lowest form of back office, which is clerical. Today, a lot of people are doing programming, systems, etc., which is also back office. When I started, it was transcription, listening and typing. Very good. After a couple of years, voice recognition came in. So now I was able to listen to a customer in the US, here in India, because of technology. But soon technology, and therefore I could create a new business. Now technology came in, which has taken my business away, saying, look, you don't need to type, I'll type it for you. So I'm out. So what do? Then I look and I'll say, okay, what else can I do? Then I go around, take stuff and say, okay, we'll do data mining. So we create databases. Great. Another couple of years, you do databases because data comes in, somebody's transcribed, take the data and you put them in boxes. That's available, it can be done. You don't need to do anything. And once this is available, it becomes a price-based. Whatever in cents. So decision is made on pricing. So you have to now look at something else. So then we move to knowledge. Okay, we get this information, we analyze it, and then give it back to the customer so that customer can take action further. That is going to be replaced sooner or later. Don't know when. So we said, now what? Where do we go next? So again, we are not in a position to either stop technology or to create technology. All we can do is identify technology and ride on it. So we said, where do we go next? We said, okay, let's look at a place where man will or woman will not be replaced with games. Now again, gaming is expensive. And I'm not talking about 3D gaming where you are playing on the terminal. Physical playing of games. So we started an app to click on it for coaching. So now by the time we do that, I'm sure something else will come which will make coaching so easy that we will be out of it. So continuously, we have to keep looking at how to reposition, how to ride on technology, because it's very disruptive and will make things happen. So make technology your slave. So what do you, as an entrepreneur, what I would recommend to each one is, you get in, we talk about sustainability, but all of us want to get in and become number one. Don't aim to be number one. It might shock you. Everybody teaches you to be number one. Don't aim to be number one, because you aim to be number one. And suppose you do succeed, you become number one. Then what? Then you start going down. You look around history. See how many companies were number one. And where are they now? So look to sustain yourself, be there, to be a player for life. And your competition should be yourself. What are you today and what will you be tomorrow? You should be better tomorrow than what you are today. And for that, you create other things, create value systems in your company. As an entrepreneur, the most important thing that will ultimately distinguish you from anybody else is your value system. Quality is now a given. Everybody has quality. Delivery is now a given. Everybody has very good delivery systems. So what is it that will distinguish you from somebody else? It's your value system, is your integrity, is your trust, is your reliability, is your team. So when you are an entrepreneur for sustainability, look for these things. And these things have to be inculcated. I never take an employee from a competitor, how urgent the requirement may be, because the person comes with already something else, different value system. I take fresh from college and train them. It's more expensive, more time consuming, but we have people with the right DNA. So this is what you got to play to stay, to be better than what you were yesterday. And then we'll find that you will continuously grow. And when you grow and when you create happiness, aim to create happiness, create joy around you. Bring happiness in the lives of people with whom you touch as an entrepreneur. Then you will find money will come, growth will come, everything else will come, and you will enjoy. So I don't want to say advice, but what I have learned in these 60 years of different types of experiences is if you want to remain, right, don't aim to be number one. Not many people know about me. I'm in IT industry for 60 years. I've never been number one, but I've been there. Been there, and I think I've been better today than what I was yesterday. And I'm happy, and people who have worked with me are happy, and I've made a lot of people happy. So as entrepreneurs, this is what you should aim to do. With that, I'd like to thank again for inviting me and for giving me the opportunity to chair this session. And we have got some very, very good speakers. So I'd like to invite the first speaker. Somebody going to introduce him? Please introduce him so that we can listen to words of wisdom from other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Veer Sagar ji. We are really enlightened with your words of wisdom. Our students particularly will follow the tips for entrepreneurship given by you. And I really liked two things that you have said: knowledge and technology. They are the biggest enabler today. And the misnomer that all of us think IT does everything. And destructive recreation. That is the way things are going to be there. We used floppy drives. We used compact discs. Nobody knows them now. Where are they? So this is destructive recreation. I would now like to invite Mr. Gadia to deliver his address, and keeping the timeline in mind, I would like to request each and every esteemed speaker to contain the address within 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Mr. Jyoti Prakash Gadia is considered one of the leading merchant bankers of India. Under his leadership, Resurgent India Limited has now grown into one-stop shop for assorted merchant banking services in India. He has worked closely with several corporates and SMEs, successfully turned around their operations and provided strategic financial services. Resurgent India's services cover the entire gamut and debt synchronization of corporate legal services. It has spearheaded a 360-degree revolution for Indian businesses. As a Category 1 merchant banker, its offerings cover mergers and acquisitions, private equity, debt solutions, structured finance, capital market solutions, transaction advisory, valuation, government advisory, fintech solutions, and trainings. Resurgent also offers services to the central government, state governments, PSUs, foreign fund houses, and MNCs. Mr. Gadia is also the co-founder and MD of Score Me Private Limited. He has recently been nominated as a member of the Council of the Indian Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He has held several positions across industry bodies in India. He is the co-chairman of CII Northern Region Committee on SMEs, co-convener CII Delhi Panel and SME Finance, and ex-co-chairman of BFSI Committee at PhD Chamber of Commerce. Can we give a huge round of applause for sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. I was in California, impression के लिए नहीं, real में था. Last year, I was in California attending one fintech event, and इसी तरीके से MC ने एक उस समय there is a Levi's CFO. Levi's is headquartered there in California, so they invited Levi's CFO to come and speak there. So 2 minutes more करने के बाद, after the MC gave all the introduction about the CFO there, and then the CFO came on the dais, and then he told the first line he told that I'm an IT company that manufactures jeans. This is what the CFO of the Levi's company told. He told that we are working on something on that app that in case from morning at say 10 o'clock, you want to enter into an office, you want to have white color shirt, you want to have blue color trousers. It is all easy for you. You just change the color in your app. The color will change. The clothing color is going to change. Thereafter, in the evening, you want to meet somebody of your choice, and then you want to have some funky designs. You can just change that design in the app, and then it will get it changed. And it doesn't end there. In case if you want to remain in some temperature, suppose if you want to remain in some particular temperature, you just adjust that temperature in that app. That clothing itself will keep you in that temperature there. So that's what the clothing industry is going to revolutionize the things. While coming in the car, the topic which I saw was very, very difficult for me to comprehend ki kya bolna chahiye, what should I tell and everything that way. So I will just try to explain it to something of my experience that what is the problem statement as a consultant when we work, what is the problem statement, what is the process that we need to do, and what is the problem solutions that we can come out with. So why this sustainability is a problem statement? Why is sustainability we call it? My answer, what I thought was there are two reasons for the problem statement of sustainability. Anything which is challenging the word sustainability, one is technology, another is the product life cycle. Product life cycle, I will just give you some of the data fact because since I come from a finance background. Earlier, before 2000, all the top commodity prices, whether it is iron steel prices, iron ore, zinc, bauxite, any of the top 10 commodity prices, the high and the low will take approximately around 10 years or 7 years to come to the high and the low. Thereafter, the top 10 commodity prices to touch the high and the low, the time span reduced to approximately 3 to 4 years. Last year, 8 out of top 10 commodity prices fluctuated by 70%. Now, when you are setting up any business, you are designing a business plan for a factory, you are designing something where the entire repayment or entire DSCR of that company, it has to be designed for 10, 12 years. And when there is a commodity price fluctuation of 70% in 1 year for the major raw material, whatever that your company is engaged in, at that particular point of time, you can imagine that how difficult the word sustainability, how difficult the word that the long-term benefit that you're going to talk about. Technology obsolescence, we all understand that how difficult it is, and within 1 year or 2 years, it is going to change. Point number 2, what will make money for all of us? We are all here while we understand this, what will make money? So there are 3 stages for making money. In the first stage, you make money for what you do. In the second stage, you make money for what you know. In the third stage, you make money for whom you know. So these are the 3 stages of making money. So there are only 2 ways that you can make money in this volatile world. One is it is either through the technology or it is either through relationship. These are the only 2 key elements that will make you money. Only good thing that has happened in this last 4 or 5 years, what I have seen in my entrepreneurship journey is that earlier, failure, which was supposed to, as sir has written a word that failure is not an option. Now I can only say that failure is not any taboo, anything altogether. Failure, people now accept it as a norms. Failure, it is first attempt in learning. This is what the word fail that they started describing it as. So this is where the change in the word entrepreneurship, this is what the change that has happened. Now, what will make the things sustainable? I will just give you 4 points to make you easily understand that what will make the things sustainable in the going times to come. First difference is trust versus reliability. Please try and understand the word trust and reliability. We all operate in the same sentence. This is where the word sustainability is going to come. Whether you are a trusted company, whether you are a reliable company or whatever it is there. If you do your job properly, whatever that you are supposed to do consistently year on year, then you are a reliable company. Indigo, you can always consider that it's a reliable airline, that it will generally fly in time, it will generally land in time. So that's a reliability factor. What is trust? When you exceed expectations year on year, that's where the trust starts coming in. So trust will take time. जो चीज में समय लगता है वो चीज जल्दी से खराब नहीं होती. तो sustainability will come only with trust. Reliability, I think so that AI, mechanics and other things that can be changing over. So please don't confuse between the trust and the reliability factor. There is a human element, there is a exceeding expectation element coming with the trust factor. So this is going to make the companies and everybody sustainable when there is a trust. With the brand name of Tata, you can always understand there is a trust factor deficit. After the fiasco of that 2611, whatever that they have demonstrated, they have exceeded beyond the expectations and they have done it time again. So this is where there is a trust, there is a sustainability factor coming in. Second, success changes path frequently. What is the path that you have followed to become successful today? The path will change itself. What you have to not follow कि आज जिस रास्ते में चल रहे हैं, you have demonstrated some process, something that has made you class first. Whether the same process is going to remain or not, that's where you only have to just keep on visualizing whether there is a profit margin कम तो नहीं हो रहा उस रास्ते में चलते चलते. There is a customer आना कम तो नहीं हो रहे हैं, कुछ मेरी revenue realization कम तो नहीं हो रही है, मेरा data से cycle बढ़ तो नहीं रहा है. So these are some of the early ingredients to know whether the success, whatever the path that you have followed, whether the path that you are following, whether the path is changing or not, some of the vital ingredients that you need to understand. So that is the diagnostic study that you keep on doing it, whether rasta change to nahi ho raha hai kahin. So this is the point number 2 that will make you the path sustainable. Point number 3. Rahul Dravid was once asked that which is the best match that he ever played. And he told that NatWest final where Yuvraj and KF, I suppose, Saurav Ganguly ne jo t-shirt hilai thi, that is all, we all remember that match together. Where Rahul Dravid made only 7 runs in that entire match. And he told that this is the best match that he has ever played. So he told, aapne to sirf 7 ही run banaye the, then why are you saying that this is the best match that you have played? The answer came from the fact that since I was keeping wicket keeping, I was a batsman, I was wicket keeping, that is why KF could play. So answer doesn't come from competition, answer comes from collaboration. So third sustainability factor will only come when there is a collaboration at the present moment. This is where I think so little bit of the MBA Institute or whatever our studies, whatever that our entire upbringing which is being there, this is where we need to learn that it is not the competing nature which is going to take us forward anymore. It is how we collaborate together. It is going to take us further. This is there. So this is the third parameter that will make us sustainable. What is the last? Earlier, whenever I don't know whether I'm not aware about the recent management theories or anything. When I was doing my own MBA, I was thought of this organogram where एक आदमी 6 आदमी को manage करता है. तो there was a triangle type organogram which is still there, prevalent, or it is not there. It may not be, I don't know. But in our MBA days type, Bagla sir, मैट्रिक्स रिपोर्टिंग सर, तो क्या हो गया बागला सर, हमारे टाइम के अंदर में वो ना एक आदमी 6 आदमी को रिपोर्ट का करेगा. दिस इज हाउ द एंटायर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर फ्रॉम टॉप टू बॉटम एंड बॉटम टू टॉप की दैट मैसेजिंग नीड टू बी डन. नाउ व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इज दिस की now this entire messaging, why it has happened now in WhatsApp group, you can get around 520 people in a company or into an SME company. Everybody is part of that WhatsApp group. So any of the junior most employee put any complaint, the MD of the company replies between 24 hours. Entire middle management का कोई काम ही नहीं है. जो भी problem हुई, any of the issues, whatever is there, it's put up in the WhatsApp group and entire top management replies and give the answer. Fourth sustainable is small is beautiful. So these are the 4 sustainable mantras which I personally feel, which I think from my learning that I've been able to come through. Thank you so much for giving me this time. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
He certainly deserves a bigger round of applause, students. very practical tips he has given for making money and road to sustainability beautifully defined. So there are a lot of takeaways for all of you, my dear students, from this panel discussion. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Arijit Ray, who is online. Arijit, are you there?
Yes,
Can you-
yes,
Can you hear me? So,
yes, I can hear you.
yeah. So my students will first introduce you, then please start your address and
Sure.
5 to 10 minutes, please. Right. Thank you.
Mr. Arijit Ray is the CEO and founder of the Unlock Company. He has rich and diverse experience in marketing and advertising spanning over 31 years, including 7 years as an entrepreneur. He has held leadership positions in renowned multinational agencies such as McKinsey Erickson, Rediffusion, and Saatchi before becoming the president and head of DDB Mudra West, and later the CEO of Dentsu India. His remarkable leadership and strategic prowess have driven substantial growth in these agencies, resulting in numerous awards and new business acquisitions. In 2014, he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey with Paperboard Brandworks, delivering creative solutions for clients like Chroma, Hypercity, and Tata Mutual Fund. As the head of the Unlock Company, Mr. Ray collaborates with clients to unlock marketing potential. He has recently led rebranding projects for prominent financial services brands in India. Beyond his professional achievements, he has authored thought-provoking articles for renowned publications and engages in spirituality-related speaking engagements and retreats, sharing wisdom from Shastras with real-world corporate contexts.
Can we have a huge round of applause for him? You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, students. Thank you, Baglaji, for giving, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Giving me this opportunity to be a part of this lovely forum. So I'll try to, there are many perspectives actually that one can talk about. This topic is a very, very lofty topic, and there are many perspectives that we can discuss. I'll try and communicate what I feel strongly about in this page, in this space. So when we actually, there are two operating words. One is sustainability and one is Industry 5.0. So when we talk about sustainability, we actually talk about two different aspects. One, we say that it should be a company, an organization should be in line with the sustainability principles, ESG compliant. Also, the other aspect is when we talk about sustainability, an organization should have the potential to kind of build revenue and profit over a longer period of time. And when we talk about 5.0, obviously, today's organizations are led by automation. But what we have to really understand is that what is the vision that is powering this, Industry 5.0? The reality also is that the vision that is powering in many times this Industry 5.0 is actually a vision which is 2.0. We have to understand the fact that, organizations today are created by a great technology platform. So what's happening today is a group of people, great engineers are coming together with an excellent business model, a great technology platform, lots of money is coming in, millions of dollars are being poured in, and businesses are being scaled up. So a lot of people are being hired. But the moment the situation happens where the outcome is not as per expectation, what is happening in today's context is there is massive retrenchment. And this is not the way organizations have to progress. So we have to understand that if we have to build an organization for the next 25 years, if we have to build an organization which has to kind of outlive a particular black swan event, or it has to outlive different kinds of situations, it has to be built out of a long-term vision. So students, you must have read about great companies. You also must have read about a company called Procter and Gamble. P&G has a history of the last 185 years, and P&G has operated out of one unifying organizing principle, which is improving lives, which means that every decision that it has taken, everything that is ever delivered on public good or in terms of launching a new product category, always has this organizing principle that whether it will improve lives or not. What really happens is in times of crisis, if an organization has a larger unifying principle, it is far better to stand the fluctuations or a difficult time, because it is not really bothered about the short-term hiccups or the short-term gains. And we saw this situation during COVID times when organization had these longer term visions, especially organizations like Ford Motor, for instance. They actually used their manufacturing and engineering expertise to build respirators. They build ventilators. A company like Dyson actually built a ventilator called Covent, which is run on battery power. Companies like Crocs gave away 1,000 Crocs a day to health workers. So we have a number of examples. Tata Group, for instance, which got charity and philanthropy built into its DNA. They were the largest spenders in COVID in India. Now the reality check, the big reality check we have to understand is that 7 to 8 to 10 years back, what was supposed to be a good to have, when organizations did good work for charity, when organizations had a good unifying principle and did something for public good, it was applauded. But the reality is today that, organizing not having an unifying principle is not acceptable. It's an imperative. Why it is an imperative? I wish I was there. I could have asked the question to students. But it is an imperative because the consumers have changed in a way we can't imagine. Consumers are today far more sensitive. In fact, they're hypersensitive. They're far more aware and they're far more conscious as consumers. So consumers are actually asking today, what is the backstory of a brand? What is the culture of a brand? What are the causes that a brand is supporting? Is the brand environment friendly? Now, we have to understand this, that if we don't understand what is the backstory of a brand, so consumers are constantly seeking those answers. When these kind of situations are emerging in our marketplace, we have to understand that what is it that becomes the benchmark. So today, in fact, about 3-4 years back, there was a case that happened in H&M was a brand. H&M created a communication which was it was actually advertising a hoodie, and a 9-year-old African American was put in the ad, and the ad said the coolest monkey in the jungle. They had to put back the ad immediately, because today what consumers are evaluating, they're constantly evaluating the kind of messages that companies are creating, whether it is gender stereotypical or not, whether it is inclusive. All these messages are coming in and consumers are constantly evaluating. So therefore, what we have to understand today is that a corporation or a company or an organization has to have a very, very strong conscious principle, which means that a company today has to have a very strong social and a conscious dimension. So now the next question we have to understand is that who are the people who are going to be the guardians of this organization? If the company is able to build a cohesive principle, now we might say that, we want to do some good for the good for public. But if we do good to the public because it is fashionable and it is not authentic, and if it is not kind of embedded to the DNA of the company, it will backfire. So we have to create the people who are going to build this culture are individuals. So now the next question comes, who are the people who are going to be responsible leaders of an organization, who are going to build this principle? The principle have to be built by leaders who are compassionate, who are deeply ethical, and have a spiritual and a conscious dimension. Because if they don't have this conscious dimension, then they will not be able to build a company which is built on a firm social and a conscious principle. So whatever activities that they do will not be in line with the kind of the stakeholder values, with the customer values, with the employer values, and it will not be able to have a large charitable mindset. So which means that organizations that can actually collaborate, organizations that can seamlessly integrate the societal value, the profitability, the shareholder value, the customer value, and the employee well-being, those are the organizations that will actually become enterprises built for Industry 5.0. I will actually like to end by giving a small historical anecdote in the life of Swami Vivekananda. At that point of time in Chicago, when Swami Vivekananda was there, there is to be a very, very successful businessman called John D. Rockefeller. John D. Rockefeller was the owner of Standard Oil Company, and he was a billionaire, one of the richest men in the United States, but he was extremely selfish and he didn't do much for charity. As a result, he was extremely, he had everything at his command, but he was not peaceful. He didn't have peace. Somebody told him, why don't you go and meet Swami Vivekananda? So when he went to meet Swami Vivekananda, the first thing that he told John D. Rockefeller was, my dear Rockefeller, please understand that the wealth that you have is not your wealth. It is given to you by the Lord. Please be the custodian of his wealth. Please remember that you should use your wealth to alleviate the suffering of millions of people who are underprivileged. Only then you will get peace and happiness. The goal of life is not to earn wealth only, it's also peace and happiness. And the last quote I want to say is Swami Vivekananda. He said that so long as millions live in hunger and ignorance, I hold everyone a traitor who, having been educated at their expense, pays least heed to them. Therefore, my last piece is that if organizations have to be built for Industry 5.0, if we have to make us sustainable, if we have to grow and build a great organization that people admire and people really look up to, we have to build the organization on a large, lofty organizing principle, which integrates the interests of every stakeholder, every employee, every customer, and society at large. Thank you so much.
Absolutely wonderful, Arijit. The perspective that you have given to sustainability is absolutely worth clapping again.
Thank you.
And I am going to invite you, whenever you happen to be in Delhi, for a lecture on branding to my students.
Sure, would gladly come.
Thank you so much. Next speaker I would like to invite is Mr. Tanmoy Saha. After the students give the introduction, Tanmoy, all yours.
Mr. Tanmoy Saha is consultant with Boston Consulting Group. He has rich experience of over 15 years in technology and management for multiple domains. From startups to MNCs, Mr. Saha has proven his differentiation factor by delivering through innovation and quality. He is a solution-oriented professional and believes in creating value for customers. His scope of expertise includes business consulting, water resources management, urban digital's overall scope management, IT solutions, telecom solutions, GIS solutions, smart city projects, surveillance solutions, sensor grid-based network designing, cloud, drone, AI, and ML. Prior to his current role in BCG, he was the Associate Director at PwC India and KPMG. Mr. Saha is an alumnus of IMR Ghaziabad, from where he obtained a diploma in management, systems, and marketing.
We'd like to invite Mr. Saha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Doesn't sound like future leader. Good afternoon, future leaders. Thank you. So, thank you first of all for this great event. I am really watching you all and your everything about the journey that you are going to come forward. I want a quick attendance to understand that how many of you are even interested in entrepreneurship and how many of you are interested in regular jobs. And what are the rest doing? Okay. So I understand the rest of the people are trying to decide that what they want to do in their life, even they have not their calling yet. Okay. So I'll take that. So guys, look, 10 minutes is not good enough to reciprocate all my thoughts. So I will try to, come up with some basic things which could help the rest of you, because the entrepreneurs are going to be entrepreneurs, business people, the job people are going to get jobs. For the rest who haven't been deciding yet, I would like to give you some food for thought that you may wish or like to explore in your coming time so that you can get your calling. Are you aware of the new gig culture that the millennials are talking about? How many of you are aware of the gig culture? What is a gig? Okay. Guys, you guys are MBAs. You should know what the latest trend is all about. Okay. How many of us are aware of ESG? Environment, sustainability, governance, the new happening thing. Everybody is trying to get carbon neutral. Environment, great, good to know. Okay. All of us must be knowing what is Industry 4.0 before going to Industry 5.0. Industry 4.0. Come on, raise some more hand. I cannot see it. Okay, guys, look, Industry 4.0 needs to be known first before knowing Industry 5.0. Okay, Industry 4.0 is all about all the things that automation, machines, AI, machine learning, deep learning is doing to your real life. So don't just follow ChatGPT to get your assignments done. Please, don't just use VPN for all those purposes that you keep VPN in your phone. That's not about it. You can laugh at it. It's completely okay. But just to whatever I just said, I just was trying to bring your attention to the dais. I was just trying to make you a bit energized. I'm not any of the regular speakers. I'm not, with all due respect to every of my distinguished speakers. I'm not a regular one. It's not my regular job. I'm here to reciprocate my energy to you guys so that you can get some good sprint in your coming days. Does that sound good? Do I have the next 7 minutes with me in a positive wavelength? Okay. So look, guys, the industry is trending, in a very dynamic, very dicey, very oceanic situation right now. After COVID, we don't know. The Nipah virus is in the verge, 2 cases in Kerala, and we don't know what the uncertain time is going to come. The war in Ukraine have started in new dynamics. All the things going on in this world, though we are seeing a lot of things happening in India, but I would like to tell you that the world is very, very versatile at the moment right now. So you guys who are just starting up, I'm sure many of you are coming from industry experience also. And somebody of you or many persons from you are already, you are about to start. So remember one thing, it's not going to be, boating in a lake. The lake is not stable right now. You may assume a tsunami any point of time, but you need to be a captain of your own career. So entrepreneurship or regular service, remember one thing, in next coming years, the regular jobs are not going to be there. Do you guys agree with me? Normal accounting jobs, normal back office jobs, normal many jobs. Even AI is creating music. AI is creating images. AI is creating whatnot. Okay? If you look at the deep learning algorithms, what the world is doing today, things are very different these days. So guys, choose your career in a way where you try to be a brand, where you be an expert yourself. Don't try to be a nut or a bolt on the whole boat, but try to be that small boat yourself so that you can be the submarine if required, you can be the boat if required, you can be the ship yourself if required. because you don't know what next is coming up. If you look at the environment right now, I don't know how, so I've come from Pune, I have been there for last a good decent timeline, and next 1 month I'm in Delhi. One thing I just want to talk about to you all, fine ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how you people are living here. With this amount of pollution, with this amount of, less oxygen in the air, who will live, what industry we are talking about, I just don't know. So maybe it's a very high time for all of us to understand our responsibilities and behave in a way where we talk environment, where we talk sustainability in a way where our kids in coming days can live and breathe oxygen without a cylinder. Having an air purifier in home is not a solution, or in a workplace. Can you work in a profession? Can your profession make your work in a way where you can actually make this environment sustainable for the generations who are coming up? You look at the graphs in health, you look at other things, and all the indices, we are just crossing limits. The people, the US, the Europe, they are going carbon neutral, they are taking pledges, we are not. Coming back to the agenda of Industry 5.0, to my dear friends, I would appreciate if you guys can understand what is Industry 1, 2, 3, 4, and then come to Industry 5. Industry Revolution 5.0 is all about collaboration between the AI and the humans, the machines and the humans in a more sustainable way. Okay. In my consulting career, my job responsibility is also to do something for the society. And out of my very hectic schedule, I am here to share my experience with you guys, just to let you know that you guys are more responsible than anyone else, more than me also, because you guys are the coming up leaders. So please understand what is Industry 5.0, what kind of jobs are going to be there, what is your responsibility, what is ESG all about, how can you make this society, this environment a better place to live in. And your careers will obviously fly, because whatever the flavor you put on top of it is a new happening thing beginning. Okay, I would end my discussion over here and may pass the dais to somebody coming up next. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you, Tanmoy, for giving the practical tips and for such an interactive session with the students. I'm sure you would have liked it, and it deserves another clap. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sahil Kapoor, and all of you must be very happy and proud of the fact that he is an alumnus of Amity Business School. So a huge round of applause to welcome Sahil.
Mr. Sahil Kapoor is a highly accomplished professional in the real estate industry with over 14 years of rich experience. He is the director of Keller Williams India operations. He is known for launching and leading real estate ventures, including Remax in India. Mr. Kapoor holds certifications like Six Sigma Green Belt, ABR, and CRS, and has received prestigious awards, including 40 under 40 from Realty Plus, a leading media house. He is a widely respected industry figure and is invited to speak at prestigious real estate conferences. He has served as the Secretary of Association of Property Professionals, Delhi. Mr. Kapoor's dedication is to continuous learning drives remarkable success in real estate sector. Mr. Sahil Kapoor has done MBA with a specialization in sales and marketing. Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here after almost 1.5 decades. I already feel old. I'm not that old though. I guess this generation is very, very different from practically what we were. What do you call yourself? Millennials or Gen Z? What do you call it? Gen Z? I think the attention span is very, very less, right? You're all impatient, and to grab the attention, it's very, very difficult. So probably I'll have to come down to your level to make sure that at least some of you are listening. Because मैं देख रहा था कुछ लोगों की तो नींद पूरी हो गई है, right? Some people have had a sound sleep. So guys, time to wake up a bit, right? Frankly, if I had known that I had such esteemed speakers right next to me, I unfortunately or probably fortunately didn't read who all was speaking next to me. I would have been a little more nervous. But ठीक है, अच्छी बात है. Unprepared रहना कई बार फायदा देता है. So I'm not that nervous to speak in front of you right now. Now, let me tell you, who do I relate with first of all? I don't relate to the people sitting in front. I relate to those sitting in the last row, right? Because that's where I was when I was in Amity, always. And Mr. Bansal, while we were doing this session, he said, Sahil, I can't recall you. I said, sir, that's not your problem, that's my problem. A lot of my faculty, a lot of my teachers, professors, they won't recall me kuch aisa kuch special kiya nahi, right? During the time that I was there. I was an average student. In the first semester, I was probably below average. Let me spill the beans. I flunked in French because 20 साल में English समझ में नहीं आई तो 2 साल में French कहाँ से आ जाएगी? Difficult, right? Very, very difficult for me to understand that language. But let me tell you, when I started working, it's very important to have a good first boss. And that good first boss taught me one thing, कि अभी भी कुछ बिगड़ा नहीं, right? You can hold yourself together and start thinking big, because if you're a 6-pointer or a 5-pointer or whatever, I don't know what kind of grades you have right now, right? CGPA, correct? So whatever your CGPA is right now, it does not matter. You can still take the charge of the life that you're going to lead right after your college. And you can start from today. Kuch nahi bigda hai. You still have a clean slate. You still are better than so many Indians all across the country and of course the world. You're still privileged to be sitting in an AC room, in a nice good auditorium, in one of the best private business schools in the country. So we're already sitting at a position of privilege. So take advantage of the fact. The speakers that are here on the dais, I would pay to listen to them, right? You practically have got this option for free. Fees pay hui hai, but still, you have not paid anything extra to listen to them. So thoda bahut seekh lo. I'm not saying that try and listen to every word that they say, but try and pick up that one golden nugget which you resonate with, which you relate with. You might not be relating with everything that I say or they say, but there might be that one thing which makes your day, yaar, ye samajh mein aa raha hai. This is something that I'll go back and implement in my day-to-day life. So try and implement that one golden nugget. There's one learning that I've had, that if you're not learning, you stop growing. Every day you can learn, and everybody can have a different mode of learning. I'm glad sir did not hand over that book to me because I'm not a reader. What I would do to learn is I'll probably go to his YouTube channel and that's what I would learn. There are different modes of learnings available today. So whatever is your thing, do that, right? Do not look at somebody else here. I have to read like 10 books. Only then I can be an expert in something. No, there are so many things available online. There are so many small articles, snippet, videos available, which can be of use to you. So there are 3 things that we have to talk about today: entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership, right? I'll try and talk about a few things first. I have recently become an entrepreneur in January 2023. I've started my own business with a company called Keller Williams, which is one of the largest names in the real estate world across the globe. They're in 58 countries with 2 lakh associates. I've brought this company in India, and for the first time in 40 years of their legacy, they've invested with somebody and came in directly and not given a franchise. For me, that's a big achievement. But this entrepreneur journey did not start in 2023. This entrepreneur journey started way back in 2010. I frankly realized after my first 8-9 months of my job that if I behave like an employee, I will always be an employee. Trust me, you behave like an employee, you will always be an employee. I am sure everybody sitting in this room, wants to be the boss. Koi hai yahan pe jo kehta nahi hai, main employee hi theek hu? Anybody? Everybody wants to be the boss, right? At some point in their life, maybe right after the college, or maybe a few years down the line. But as soon as you want to be the boss, you would like to be a boss. But for that, you have to start behaving like an entrepreneur from day one of your job. How do you behave like an entrepreneur when you're not an entrepreneur? There is a responsibility given to you. There is a KRA that you have. There is a set of job that you're supposed to do when you work. Sirf utna kaam to kar lo. That's it. Right? And before you end your day, just try and think, can I do something more? Can I pick something more? That becomes a habit. The habit of being an average performer is a very, very tricky and bad habit. But trust me, if you try and inculcate a habit of being an above average performer, it is a damn good habit. I was a backbencher in school, in college. Trust me, I would never want to be a backbencher ever again. I do not go to events wherein I'm not in the front seat. I don't like to go in the events where I'm not in the front seat anymore. Wo din gaye. I don't want to be back there anymore. Had fun that time, been there, done that, but now it's time to get serious. For you also, kuch time mein, kuch mahino mein, I don't know which batch is this, what year are you're going to be passing on? Sorry? 25. So after that, it's time to get serious, right? Some of you are already serious right now, but after that, definitely you have to be. One thing I guess this generation does better than all of us is aggressive social media marketing. I believe in shameless promotion. Shameless promotion. Jitna apna danka baja sakte ho bajaiye on social media. I got this entrepreneurial opportunity because of my LinkedIn profile, because of various other things that I did as a professional, chahe wo PR activity ho, chahe anything was for the awards that we had. That is the reason which built a base for me to get this entrepreneurial opportunity today. You guys are much better than any one of us in social media today. You guys can make fabulous videos. You guys are fabulous on Instagram. You guys can be good YouTubers. In any field that you are today, YouTube, Instagram, social media, Facebook, they are absolutely important. Websites have gone obsolete. People first look at your Instagram channel and then they work with you. There are businesses which are running purely on Instagram channels, right? If any one of you is on Instagram, I would love to connect with you. See, again, shameless promotion. Followers bhi to badhane. It helps. An opportunity to speak to 300-400 people. Agar 30-40 ne bhi follow kiya, it's a good thing, right? Please do that. It's important, right? Have interactive sessions, webinars, Zoom. Zoom se pehle, COVID se pehle na, things were expensive. To conduct sessions like these, it is an expensive affair, right? Today, to conduct a session like this over Zoom, it is damn cheap. You spend 10,000 rupees and you can have this audience. If you connected with a wider base, look at Instagram Live. If you have followers, look at Facebook Live, you look at YouTube Live, you look at LinkedIn Live. So today, speaking to a larger audience has become so easy. Reaching out to masses has become so easy. See, we come from a generation जहाँ पे एक आधे घंटे के program में ना 10 मिनट की ad देखनी पड़ती थी. We didn't have the option of skip ads. We have that today. You have that right now. We didn't have this. So you have the advantage to use social media in the best possible manner. I mean, some of you might have been told that this AI, Canva, ChatGPT, right? They're not great tools. They probably kill your maybe intrinsic abilities, right? I don't think if you have an option of using a ChatGPT or a Canva, why not make your work simple? If you can do something which is supposed to be done in an hour, in 5 minutes, why not? Probably you can spend 55 minutes doing something more productive. Use that, because the other 55 minutes, you can actually do something more important. Because these apps, this technology has made our job really easy and really convenient, right? Make technology your friend as much as you can. As a leader, it is absolutely important to lead by example. And trust me, my first event abroad, again, shameless promotion, went to Vegas, right, for an event. And in that event, my boss was there with us. We were participating in an exhibition. And in a typical exhibition, we had a stall. like other 500 stalls. There were people coming in, passing by here and there, they were going, right? And we were sitting inside the stall, waiting for customers to come in, speak to us, and then we would speak to them, right? I was sitting on a chair along with 3 of my colleagues. My boss came in. He did not tell us to do anything. He just picked up the brochure. He stood in the aisle and kept stopping people. Hi, my name is Sam. Can I help you with something? He just did that. He did not speak a word. Trust me, just after looking at him, we started doing the same thing. So if you expect somebody to do something, you have to lead by example. You have to start doing that yourself. You cannot expect somebody to do something which you cannot do yourself. I've already been given a slip that I'm short of time. So I'll quickly run. You're not the best at everything. So hire people who are better than you. How many of you have heard the name Mahendra Singh Dhoni? Everybody, correct? Was he the best batsman in the world? In the team? No. Was he the best bowler in the team? No. But he was the best coordinator. Correct? He was the best leader who could stitch the team together. Right? That is what a job of a good leader is. Do not hesitate to hire people who are better than you, who are smarter than you. Right? It will always help because he might be smarter in one thing, but you might be good at coordinating things. Correct? Create an environment of growth and productivity, very, very important, and hire talent. As I said, you're the average of 5 people you spend maximum amount of time with. So अपने आसपास के 5 लोग अगर पसंद नहीं है तो बदलिए. It's important. They would actually shape you into who you are in future. Right? I'm not saying change your friends, right? But when you get into the professional world, you will have to spend time with the people who help you, build you as a person, build you as a personality, right? I think one of the last things that I would try and say is, there is nothing more common in the world than unsuccessful geniuses. आया समझ में? One of the most common thing in the world is unsuccessful geniuses. So अपनी जो knowledge है, अपनी जो information है, अपना जो ज्ञान है, वो अगर आपके दिमाग तक ही सीमित रहेगा तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला. What you have to do is implement that. Take action. Take charge. Hard work will always beat anything else, no matter what. No matter how much knowledge you have, no matter how much information you have, but if you're not able to translate that into productive work, into action, it's of no use. वो दिमाग की दिमाग में रह जाएगी. So guys, I wish you all the best of luck in your careers, right? Stay relaxed, but make sure you think about getting a little bit more serious every single day from now. All the best, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sahil. So philosophically, we call it die empty. What you said in the last, we call it die empty, so that whatever you are thinking about should not be left inside you. Only one exception, friends, a big clap for him. But one disagreement, when he said you should be using Chat GPT, not here, especially for these 2 years and on dissertation and assignments. So when he was saying that, he basically means after passing out from MBA. Am I right, Sahil? All right. Let me make it clear, sir.
Wonderful address, and all of you must be very happy on the tips that he has given you. So now the floor is open for questions. We hardly have any time. So 2 quick questions from you students. Please raise the hands. Come on. Yes, give the mic to him. You can tell the person whom you are directing the question to, or it can be a general question. We will address it.
Good afternoon to all of you. I, Chinmay Roy, MBA Finance, 2023 to 2025 batch student. Sir, my question to Mr. Sahil. Sahil, sir, my dream is to start a sports company. Like we have Adidas, Puma, Lotto. So I have noticed that in India, we have also sports companies, but they are not booming in comparison to German companies. And not just in footwears, but like in jerseys, like in gears and everything. So as a sports lover and as a business lover, I really wanted to know what is the reason that India is not booming in sports industries in comparison to MNCs from other nations.
Because a lot of people like you who are thinking to start a good sports company, they're just thinking. As I said, get into action. If you want to learn how to start a good sports company, go and work for one first. Try and learn what they do. Try and understand what have they done to achieve what they've achieved, right? And then, of course, put that into action and start something of your own. The only thing which is between you and your dream is the action. That action has to be taken. सोचते रहोगे तो होगा नहीं, correct? You have to take that action. That's important.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning, sirs. My name is Nashid. So currently I'm running my own firm in the name of NRJ Finance and having an asset under management of 1.5 CR. So basically I wanted to know how can I generate more clients and trust regarding the same. And the question goes to both Sahil sir and Tanmay sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so look, there are various modes of customer acquisition these days. Because you have a targeted audience, I would like to recommend you programmatic marketing. Okay, so it's a subset of social media marketing and search engine optimization for a location-based and multiple filter-based campaign running. Okay, explore that option. If programmatic marketing is successful, then somebody like Donald Trump can also be a president of the United States. That is what Cambridge Analytica did. Okay, it is available on the public domain. You can explore it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just to add, I guess the mantra of your daily routine should be, I need to meet one new prospective customer every single day. You meet one new client every day who's a prospective customer. So generating new clients would automatically become a cakewalk. You feel that the target of 1 is super easy now, take the target to 2. You feel 2 is easy, take that to 3. The more people you meet, you're actually increasing your options of making new and new clients. It's that simple. Business, we can make it as difficult as we want, but the fundamentals of business are very, very simple. You have to meet more people, right? Increase your network to increase your, of course, net worth.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Wow, what an engaging session. We all are going to learn many new facets to the theme of this session.
We would like to request session in charge, Honorable Dean FMS and Director APS, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal sir, to present mementos to our distinguished guests as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Mr. Veer Sagar. Mr. Jyoti Prakash Gadia. Mr. Tanmoy Saha.
Guys, can we have a huge round of applause, please? Come on.
Mr. Sahil Kapoor.
I would now request Dr. Ramesh Bagla sir to propose a vote of thanks.
It was a wonderful session. Do you agree, students? So my heartfelt gratitude to our visionary founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our very dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, for giving us a platform like Amity where we can organize such mega conferences. I thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, for organizing such a mega conference and giving us this opportunity to hold this session. My sincere thanks to all the eminent panelists for taking out time from their busy schedules and making this session so wonderfully engaging and enlightening. I'll be failing in my duty if I do not express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to our own beloved Dean FMS and Director ABS, Dr. Sanjeev Bansal. I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of the ICEIL team for their commitment to make this conference such a grand success. Last but not the least, all the students who were assigned various duties deserve a big round of thanks and applause for organizing the event so wonderfully well. I am sure together we can chart a course towards a future where entrepreneurship and sustainability are not mutually exclusive, but rather mutually reinforcing. On this note, I would like to invoke a richa from Rigved. Samaneva akuti saman hridaya, samano mantra samiti samane, sangachatvam sangabadhvam samvo manasi jantam. It means let our resolutions be common. Let our thoughts be in unison. Let our hearts beat together. Let us walk together. Thank you.
Exploring next generation tools in BFSI. I, Pranav Mehta,
And I'm Mehak Mathur, students of Amity School of Insurance, Banking, and Actuarial Science will be your MCs for today. Today, we are honored to feature a distinguished panel of experts, each poised to impart their invaluable insights on the topic.
now let us introduce you to the session in charge, Shri A.P. Singh, Director and Head of Amity School of Insurance, Banking, and Actuarial Science. He was the Executive Director of LIC of India for 7 years and was Zonal Manager in charge of North India, with headquarters in New Delhi. And prior to that, he was Zonal Manager of Central India at Bhopal. He was also the CEO of LIC Housing Finance Limited, and he was the MD and CEO of LIC Nepal. He was a member of Expert Appraisal Committee for 3 years for all the infrastructure projects in the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India. He was the independent director on the board of Ballarpur Industries Limited for 10 years. He was also an independent director on the board of General Insurance Corporation of India Re till recently.
Now, we would like to request our session chair, Mr. Sri Raghunath, to please come up on stage. Now, let me introduce you all to Mr. Sri Raghunath. He is an experienced technocrat with over 24 years of experience in software development, product management, service delivery, and sales and contact center infrastructure technologies. Mr. Raghunath is a BE graduate and has done his PG diploma in full stack software development. He has worked in key product sales as well as operation roles in customer experience solution companies like Avaya, Aspect, and Nice Systems. As the Chief Technology Officer at InvoiceSmart, his role includes ensuring smooth technical functioning of the Threads platform, managing the IT infrastructure, and ensuring that the platform delivers its best-in-class technical customer experience and is constantly improving on their user interface. He and his colleagues also focus on innovating fintech products and services that can collaborate with the Threads platform to provide and solve techno-economic solutions catering to the present and the future. He is a learner and strives to keep himself abreast of new developments, both in the fast-moving technology plus fintech ecosystem.
Sir, we are really fortunate to have you with us today. Can we please welcome him with a huge round of applause? We would now like to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage and please take their seats on the dais.
As we gather here to share knowledge and ideas, we would like to take a moment to highlight the importance of growth and sustainability. And in that spirit, we request our Honorable Director, Mr. AP Singh Sir, to welcome the speakers with saplings.
Firstly, I would request AP Singh Sir to welcome Shri Raghunath Sir with the sapling.
Next, we would like Mr. AP Singh Sir to present the sapling to Madhuri ma'am.
Moving on. Now I would like AP Singh Sir to please present the sapling to Mr. Abhishek Kumar.
Now, I would like our Director Sir to present the sapling to Mr. Prasad Rautari.
We now request AP Singh Sir to enlighten us with the essence of today's event.
Good afternoon to all of you. Well, on behalf of the founder president of the MIT Group of Institutions, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, on behalf of the Chancellor, Shri Atul K. Chauhan, and on behalf of the esteemed Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, I extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Well, esteemed panelists and the dear students. As we witness the seamless fusion of technology and finance, there is a palpable buzz in the air. That buzz, my friends, is the sound of transformation, buzz of possibilities and of a future that was once imagined in the pages of science fiction, but is today our reality. Welcome to our enlightening panel discussion on FinTech Forward, exploring next-gen tools in the BFSI landscape. Imagine a world where financial transactions are as transparent as the thin air, but your bank knows your preferences just like your closest friend, and where complex financial decisions are aided by the genius of AI. That world is no longer a distant dream, but a blossoming reality, shaping up before our very eyes. The rapid growth of India's fintech ecosystem, coupled with innovative technologies, is transforming the financial landscape, harnessing its vast pool of 500 million bank account holders and a top-ranked startup ecosystem. Fintech innovations drive efficiency, they reduce costs and enhance customer experiences, aligning perfectly with India's role as a growing global economic power. But as with any change, there come challenges, there come questions, and also the need for direction. That is exactly what is happening here today. To dive deep, to discuss, to dissect, and to dream of what the future holds for us. Almost 80% of the banking business is today digitized. And from real-time settlements to cooperative exchanges, the fusion of technology and regulations is propelling the market forward, making financial inclusion more comprehensive, affordable, and secure. Our esteemed panelists And leaders in their respective fields will definitely shed light on these next-gen tools, sharing their invaluable insights, experiences, and perhaps a few predictions as well. So now let's embark on this journey, one that promises to be as enlightening as it is exciting. Let's move FinTech forward and unravel the tapestry of innovation that is redefining the BFSI landscape. Thank you so much. And now I request the session chair, Sri Raghupati Saab, to take over and conduct the session.
Warm welcome. Good afternoon to all the participants out here, fellow students. Firstly, thanks for attending, being part of these discussions. I know it's the first session post lunch, so me and the panelists have a tough job ahead of us to keep this interesting. So let me first start off by introducing you to a concept of, or breaking first the myth that fintech is banking, and introduce you to the concept of banking is going to be led by fintech. We'll have the discussion about how fintech is changing that, and are going to be leading the charge in all the banking initiatives that's going to happen in the near future. Let me first start off by introducing my panelists. I'll first start with Mr. Prasad Rautre. Prasad holds the title of Chief of Business, Corporate and Government Initiatives, and he's with Airtel Payments Bank. Welcome, Prasad. Nice to have you here. Prasad has over 25 years of corporate experience. He's also the member of the executive committee for Airtel. He has built a portfolio of over 3,000 B2B clients. He's also an Airtel lifer. I just understood it today. And what's most interesting, Prasad himself is an early stage investor and helps build companies from ground up. He's already invested in 3 startups and he continues to work on that passion of his. Nice to have you here, Prasad. Next up, we have Mr. Abhishek, who joins us from SIDBI. Abhishek is the DGM of MSME lending. Welcome, Abhishek. Abhishek is a BTech graduate. He in electronics and telecommunication. He has prior experience in branch banking as well as forest banking, and he has spent over 18 years in the banking industry, currently working with SIDBI. Finally, we have Madhurima. Madhurima joins us from FreeCharge. She joins us as the head of product team for offline merchants. Apologies. Madhurima joins us with over 10 years of product and design as well as development experience. As an established technocrat, she has worked in specialized areas of product lifecycle management, vendor management, and has held cross-functional roles across a varied portfolio, right, ranging from research, product management, and other tech areas. Welcome, Madhurima. I'll first start the discussion with my good friend Prasad. Prasad, if you can help educate this forum about what is financial inclusion. What do you think financial inclusion means to Airtel Payments Bank? And what are some of the financial inclusion initiatives that you're doing on behalf of Airtel Payments Bank, especially in the rural and MSME sector?
Thank you, Raghu. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting us to this particular day. I'm really impressed by this campus. I've heard about Amity, but this is my first visit, and I can promise that it seems to be a very exciting one to be associated with. Coming back to the question, Raghu, let me just talk a little bit about Airtel Payments Bank and why we established Airtel Payments Bank. We come from the house of Bharti. I hope most of you use Airtel. That's a brand actually which is known for telecom, and we ventured into financial services almost 6-7 years back. This is a 5-year-old operational company. We are profitable for last 2 years, upwards of almost 1,600 crores of revenues. I would say we are a bank with a fintech mindset, or we are a fintech with a banking license. Let me give you some very interesting statistics and the reason why this rural story is coming up. India has got give or take around 100 crore telecom or mobile users, right? So that's the penetration. That's possibly the highest penetration of any product in India. Almost 40 crores would be feature phone users. Almost 60 crores would be smartphone users. Let me bring you the banking statistics around this. This 100 crore users, if they had to do a banking, 30 crore users who hold a smartphone are actually under the banking ecosystem. And give or take 5 crore users out of the 40 crores feature phone users are actually in the banking. So India is banking between 35 odd crore people. Out of his 30 crores are smartphone and 5 crores are actually feature phone users. So almost 1/3 is give or take banked or semi-banked. There is 2/3 of financial inclusion program that is left in this country to be really taken up. And that's possibly the reasons why there is so much of fintech technology coming in, right? We are a bank which very, very focused on the payment bank license, which we hold, which talks about the financial services and the financial inclusion program as one of the biggest, agendas of the government of India. In fact, I remember Sunil telling us that when we got the license, there was one line that came from the RBI governor that serve India well. I think these 3 lines are absolutely embedded with us. The way we have served and serving India in the telecom, we believe we can repeat that. So we can create another Airtel out of financial services here. Now, coming to the financial inclusion program, we believe that we have world's largest distribution network, because when you get into rural side of the country, all of us are very urban and rather ultra urban. When you hit 20 kilometers from here, from your institute, semi-rural starts, another 50 kilometers rural starts, right? So we are a 5 lakh banking point present company. Therefore, I said it's the largest banking ecosystem in the country. Comparatively, this is larger than the total sum of banking points that the country presents. ATMs plus branches put together, give or take, will be around 3.5. So we are actually almost double the size of all banking points put together. So that's the size of rural coverage that we are, or rural or urban coverage that we have. The reason why we are rurally focused is for 2 reasons. One, while we will talk about a lot of technology, Raghu comes from a lot of technology background, Madhumita comes, and so on and so forth. We will talk about it. There is a lot to do in the so-called world of Bharat. I can give you some statistics. As a standalone company, we are opening close to 1 million bank accounts a month. Giving a comparison, State Bank of India would be possibly opening 3.5 lakh to 4 lakh a month. So we are 2 times or 3 times the opportunity right now we're opening, right? We have 5.5 crore customers with the balances of 2,000 crores. The reason the rural is actually the next one to really attack, or is the one to attack for us, is very simple. It's not crowded. It needs deep technology. It needs distribution, and it needs the way the Bharat understands the language, which is the local language class. So I think financial inclusion along with technology and telecom is the combined story that the group wants to really achieve. Given that will lead to the GDP growth and the great thing that you have written here about the opportunity around entrepreneurship and the new India that you guys represent. So that's part number 1. The part number 2 is that it has a purpose. Today's rural youth does move from not just becoming a digitally first aspiring client, but also wants to really surge ahead more than all of us who sit in this particular room. And I'll give you one small example before I hand over this thing. I went to a location much deeper into Bihar after the floods happened last year. There was this little boy who had missed his class 10th exam because there was floods and he couldn't attend. He was literally crying and saying, "Sir, mere ko na bank account bechna hai." And I was actually wanting to meet the mother who was actually the distributor of ours, right? And I said, "I want to meet your mother." He said, "No, I represent my mother. मुझे बैंक से पैसा चाहिए, तो आप मुझे ऐसा पैसा दीजिए जिससे मैं actually मेरी पढ़ाई शुरू कर सकता हूँ." That gave me a chance to really see what an opportunity to serve a person like him who is just 9th, 10th class pass out, I think that's the consumer that one is looking for. And I can bet this consumer represents the new Bharat. I think that is the synergy that we are looking for. So that's where the Airtel's philosophy or Airtel Payments Bank philosophy lies. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad. That's some great insights on what Airtel Payments is doing in terms of penetrating, basically getting the rural India to be included in the banking ecosystem. Talk us about some of the tech initiatives that you are undertaking to ensure that you reach this goal.
Okay, how many of you use UPI? If this was to turn into rural India, and if I ask the same question, I think 1 or 2 hands will come up. Do you agree? So there are 22 crore UPI users in India. Most of us are in this room. The most important technology that gets used is something called as AEPS, Aadhaar enabled payment system. How many of you have heard about it? Yeah, so that gives you a response, right? So one of the biggest technologies, and I always say this, AEPS technology is the UPI of rural India. So I'll give you some statistics here. India, when ATM transactions around 30,000 crores a month. AEPS transactions are 37,000 crores a month. It's bigger than the ATM network that you and I use, right? So that's rural India. Because most of the DBTs that government gives, or a lot of schemes that come in, actually goes to rural India, and they are feature phones, right? And feature phones do not really start to smartphone wise, you cannot withdraw. So there are micro ATM services, which is really large. Micro ATMs are close to 6 lakh micro ATMs today, 3 lakh odd ATMs full-fledged are there. So it's really, really changing. So micro ATM technology, AEPS technology are the two big technologies that gets actually used when we do all these services, part of the story. One thing that I want to leave, which we believe is a very strong statement from our side. We just launched in the GFF, which happened, a few weeks back, a feature phone which will have CBDC technology embedded. How many of you heard about CBDC from Reserve Bank of India? Wow. So I think we have to, okay, thank you. So CBDC is the cash that you and I use, the rupee that we have, जो 10 रुपया, 20 रुपया, 100 रुपए के notes होते हैं ना, वो digitally आपकी phone पे आएगा. So imagine I give you money, but it in the form of digital. And you and I therefore only transfer money like 20 rupees, you give it to me, I transfer 40 rupees. It's digitally in, digitally out, right? It cannot be physically termed. You cannot convert any more that money from digital to cash. You can do that in UPI, you cannot do it here. And there's an intersection that is happening right now as I speak to you between UPI and CBDC. We have inserted the CBDC technology into feature phones. We believe that UPI 1, 2, 3 feature phone usage, CBDC coming in as a B2B payments ecosystem are the two technologies apart from APS and micro ATM are the 4 technologies that should really do, and possibly CBDC on credit and UPI on credit are the next moves on the financial services. So these are the 4, 5 technologies I think would make a major impact in the rural side, and most of them are actually kind of initiatives we are actually practicing.
I will ask a follow-on question because it's an interesting topic for the participants here to know. What is the difference between CBDC and Bitcoin? I think that that's a discussion that never ends. But if you can throw some light on how Airtel treats CBDC versus a Bitcoin.
There's a dangerous question, I can tell you. Okay, so I think so CBDC actually is representing so-called the authorized Bitcoin of India. Let me put it this way. So Reserve Bank of India possibly looks at CBDC as a digital response to what Bitcoins could have done to the country or can do to many places, right? And Bitcoin is there to possibly coexist. And I'm not getting into what are the laws and rules that might come to India, or we may not see, some private players there. But I think CBDC fundamentally is going to be the UPI of B2B. So for example, tomorrow, if I'm just assuming as an example, let us say Airtel decides that every employee's salary will come through digital rupee. Then we are in CBDC practice. The moment I get that, then I'll ask all the vendors who are accepting UPI to accept CBDC, because then I'll say, okay, I want to pay you digitally, right? So I don't know where it sits, but UPI plus CBDC will have possibly answered. I would not get into that dialogue of or the debate on this part because it's something which still is under a lot of heated discussions. But I think CBDC, if it is really settled, I think, and by the way, I can tell you, we are the leading country in technology across the world in fintech, right? And more can be coming from my colleagues out here. So be proud that India, after IT, fintech, and financial technology, we are the supreme, So be absolutely bold on it that CBDC, for example, is an answer of RBI across to many many central banks of the world, right? So I would say we should stay with this. I don't know Bitcoin comes or not, but CBDC is enough for us, for the country to really take it forward.
I think you nailed it. CBDC is India's response to Bitcoin. So that's a very apt statement. Thank you, Prasad. It was very, very insightful. Now I'll move to colleague of mine in more than one sense. Both Madhurima and I are part of the same larger Axis group. InvoiceSmart as well as Freecharge is a part of the Axis Bank subsidiary. That being said, Madhurima, a question to you on how AI and ML, in specific robotic automation, is changing the ecosystem of payments. How does that impact what Prasad already talked about, and what is your view on that?
Thank you, Raghunath sir, for that question. I think in the segment that we have, BFSI, the fact that our users have already accustomed themselves to the digital part of it. Now, chatbots are more than common for us. We don't mind interacting with them when we are ordering food from Zomato. And this is, while this is not related to BFSI, what I want to incline on is the fact that it has kind of already changed the behaviors that we have, right? And this is wherein the AI ML technology is also kind of improving the journeys that are associated. So today, if I have to onboard a merchant onto my ecosystem, obviously I have to put my check and balances so that we ensure that the right kind of merchants are onto the platform. We don't have any fraudulent kind of activities on this. So earlier, if we were to onboard the merchants, we would have to go through 1,000 checks. So that would mean the journeys would get longer, and we may have to also wait for 3 to 4 days for a merchant activation to happen, because then there will be a manual process to kind of put a tick to it saying that this merchant is right, or we can proceed with the merchant. But with AI ML coming in, something as simple as and the RPAs coming in with OCR capabilities, with APIs readily available for us to integrate and authenticate the merchant on a real-time basis, it becomes a lot easier. The onboarding gets done within probably less than a minute's time, and in many of the players it takes hardly 30 seconds to onboard a merchant. So that is the ease that it has brought to the current ecosystem. While it is an ease to the onboarding or the merchant or the customer experience as well, what also happens is it has kind of improved the operational efficiencies across. When we say that, we mean that so let's take an example of the regulations that RBI puts forward time to time. So just taking an example, RBI recently updated the KYC master direction and the transaction monitoring related checks and balances. And that's wherein if we were to build a system right from the scratch to kind of automate, to kind of monitor the merchants, it would have taken a lot of bandwidth and a lot of cost there. Typically such RegTechs take about 10 to 15% of the cost of the organization, right? And that's wherein since we have APIs readily available, and these are up-to-date APIs, it becomes a lot more easier for us to integrate and take mostly in most of the cases, these are plug and play solutions as well. So it has made life easier for fintechs, for banks as well. And that's wherein RPAs in general are improving the experience as well as the operational efficiencies. There are other use cases as well. So if Prasad rightly mentioned, the financial inclusion part of it has also been possible because of a lot of automation here. When I say that, I mean there are alternate data sources in the market. And once we take the automation part of it and we are able to automate the credit monitoring and the credit risk assessment, that kind of takes off a lot of load from the manual processes. The segments which were underserved and still are, They are currently being catered with these automations, with these AI ML logics that have been built into the system. We have rule-based engines to cater to the decisions based on the credit risks associated with, say, even saying a yes or no to the lending practices. The disbursements are happening on an API level. So everything is automated. It's just a matter of click of few buttons that we can get this, and all of this is possible through AI and ML. When we also talk about the customer experience part of it, I'm sure that you must have interacted with a lot of chatbots. Now these chatbots have gradually moved to a segment wherein they are becoming financial assistants or either financial advisors, wherein Bank of America, for example, even Wells Fargo Bank, they have had a lot of high efficiency chatbots which bases the bills payments, basis the expenses, basis the a type of expenses. They kind of give them the financial advice as to where they should do investments or even keep up to date the general activities that are happening. So that's wherein I think AI and ML has been upgrading the current ecosystem and has helped not only the businesses but the consumers as well to automate a lot of things and reduce the times associated with it.
That's that's wonderful to hear, Madhurima. I think we talked about UPI. Prasad did mention it, and Freecharge being a payment gateway does. I think everyone knows that Freecharge does work closely with UPI. Can you talk about how are you adopting UPI and UPI technologies within Freecharge ecosystem to better enable the payment ecosystem of India?
Absolutely. Thank you. So Freecharge, I'm sure many of you may know, Freecharge initially started as a bill payments platform, offering a lot of cashbacks and offers and coupons. I'm sure a few of may or someone in your family may have gone through those kind of services that Freecharge offers. Now it has completely moved to a financial products landscape wherein the consumer segment is more towards lending, and we have a merchant segment that is also towards the payment gateways as well as catering to the financial needs of the merchants, right? So here the payment gateways typically consist of two factors wherein we have PGs typically which cater to the online segment of the merchants. Something simple as when you go to Swiggy and you want to buy or rather order food, you make a payment through either using a wallet. It can be of Paytm, it can be a Freecharge, it can be a PhonePe, or you can utilize your UPI IDs to make payments to go across. That is something which is an online integration of a PG, right? You also, when you make payments on a platform, you are redirected to Razorpay, you are redirected to say CC Avenue. You see those pages, IRCTC, when you do online bookings, right? You see a lot of payments going. So you have different modes of payment there, and those are typically the payment gateways, right? So now UPI, and I think all of us are aware that how it has kind of changed the ecosystem. Like when Prasad was talking, almost all of you raised your hands and saying you have been using UPI almost on a daily basis, right? And that's wherein the massive change that UPI has brought onto the ecosystem is clearly evident. Recently, NPCI has updated the transactions that have come across. So 1,000 crore transactions is what was hit this particular end of August. And this kind of gives a 50% year-on-year growth, which is massive in terms of the adoption that India is taking. We have also had a lot of international presence. So Singapore, Nepal, Bhutan, we are also in talks with Japan to kind of increase the UPI presence there. So as Bharat, we are doing a lot of initiatives there, and these are NPCI initiatives typically, and obviously all other banking players and financial services players will fall into this particular regime. But when we talk about these things, UPI as an interoperable platform has also played a huge role, not only in the consumer segment but also in the merchants. Consumer, I think all of you are aware of the use cases. You don't have to, most of you, I'm sure you are comfortable even if you forget the wallet at home, right? So, you have your phone, which, considering Gen Y and Gen Z, we all have phones always in our hands. So in those cases, it's easy because you just scan a particular QR and the payment gets made. It's that easy. But what it also does is makes the life of a merchant, the shopkeeper, very easy. Earlier, it was mostly dealing in cash. They would have to maintain longer registers. They would have to keep an in out of the payments and take care of all those nitty-gritties of the payments. Now what usually happens is you go as a consumer, you make a payment, the merchant knows the payment has been done. Either they hear notifications or a sound box plays the notification, which is integrated with the UPI, and it makes the life of the merchant easy, right? And after that, next day probably, or almost immediately, depending on what kind of situation, what kind of arrangement they have, the payment gets done. And that's wherein UPI ecosystem has penetrated into the mom and pop stores, the underserved segment as well. And that's wherein the financial inclusion in totality, UPI is taking care of it. So that's wherein, as Freecharge as well, we have an entire business that is focused on UPI QRs for merchants. We extend these services so the merchants can make digital payments, accept digital payments across the pan India. And that's wherein I think the payment business in totality is also increasing.
Thank you, Madhurima. That was quite insightful about what Freecharge has in store for driving the UPI success story of India. Moving on to my next colleague, Abhishek. Abhishek is from SIDBI. So Abhishek, if you can talk about what is SIDBI doing in terms of initiatives to enable MSME, especially on the lending side. If you can talk about that, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Nice to see so many young faces. These faces are the India's future, actually. So, how many of you have heard about SIDBI? Name SIDBI? Achha, very few. So, just a small thing about SIDBI. SIDBI stands for Small Industries Development Bank of India. We were established in 1990 by the Act of the Parliament, and we are basically lending to MSMEs. MSME stands for micro, small, and medium enterprises. So SIDBI was set up basically just to as a enabling support of the government for lending to MSMEs. So I must thank Amity for just making me come here and be a part of this elite panel. And regarding MSMEs, first of all, lending to MSMEs is a challenge. Because the thing is that generally we see that MSMEs are basically either majority will be proprietorship or a partnership firm. Private limited and LLPs are very far and few. So the thing happens is that we face challenges while lending to MSMEs. Earlier when SIDBI came into fore in 1990, basically everything was paperwork. We used to ask for papers, and not only SIDBI, every bank, because the technology at that time was not so advanced, and banks and SIDBI used to ask for papers, and once the papers are submitted, the bank manager used to evaluate the proposals, and after that the loan was sanctioned or it was declined. So it was a long journey because papers need to be scrutinized, studied, all those things were there. But as of now, we have really made the journey of a MSME very fast and fully digital. SIDBI as on date is following for loans up to 2 crores. Suppose a MSME comes to SIDBI and asks for a loan, maybe say up to 2 crores. So we are following a platform like financial technology, fintech, which is called FIT, FIT. FIT stands for Financial Income and Trade. What happens is generally we have generated a software wherein the MSMEs can log in with their documents, and once the documents are lodged there, they can submit it, upload it online. And on the basis of that, the FIT rank, which we call, that is generated. Financial Income and Trade, as the name stands for, basically the FIT, which is our latest technology which we are using, it stands basically for financial. Financial means the bank statements. income means the IT returns, and the trade means the GST returns. So all these three, bank statements, income tax returns, and the DSTR statements, once the MSME is uploading in the portal, which we have, there is a fit rank which is coming, and it's a very good tool wherein the rank is coming from 1 to 10. So as per the rank, from 1 is very good, up to 6 it's very good, 7, 8, 9 is slightly on a lower side, and 10 means there is a possibility of occurrence of default. So banks, we are generally lending up to fit 8 score. So it's a very good tool, and it's a very fast. Suppose the documents are available with the MSMEs, they can just log in the portal and the fit rank can be generated within half an hour. So nowadays we are using this portal, and everything is paperless. The customer or the MSME, whosoever wants the loan, he can upload all these documents there is a online portal link. He can upload it there, and after that, within half an hour, the fit rank is generated, and that particular data flows to the concerned branch where the MSME is logging, and the branch is in a position to decide whether to lend or not to lend to that particular MSME. So that is a very effective tool which we are using as of now. And as I already told, lending to MSMEs is a challenge because they are generally struggling with the day-to-day work, marketing, production, then managing accounts. So all those things generally in a proprietorship or a partnership firm, it's generally a one-man show. Either the proprietor is managing or the active partner is managing. So we have devised this tool wherein it's a very fast lending, and we have SIDBI is calling the schemes as express loans, express 1, express 2, different categorizations we are having. So we are focused as of now, and we are generally not accepting any papers as on now. Nowadays, the MSME can log in at their homes. They can log into the portal. They can submit the application. The application flows digitally to the branch, and the branch downloads whatever documents he is submitting. So we are going for a technology and a workspace where there will be zero paper. So this is the thing which we are doing as of now, and a lot of MSMEs are being benefited, and SIDBI as on date is having around 100 branches all over India. We have our head office at Mumbai and Lucknow. So these are the things which we are doing, and our motto of the management is key. Now from now onwards, you have to go for zero paper. No paperwork will be submitted to the branch. Everything will be digital. So the MSMEs are also happy because they can sit at the home comfort and they can just submit the application, and the application is flowing to the concerned branch, and the branch is sanctioning the loans maybe in 2 to 3 working days. So it's very fast. And even the documentation part which we are doing, that also we are doing digitally. We have tied up with NESL. So with NESL, what is happening is that it's a OTP based documentation which we are doing. The customer is getting the OTP, he is digitally signing the documents, and the documents are flowing to the branch, and the branch is taking a printout and keeping it at record. So that is the thing which we are doing. So MSME need not visit the branch. He can sit at the home. He can get the loan sanction. He can do the digital documentation. Whatever documents are required, they can send by mail if any extra document is required. Documentation they can do through OTP based e-signing. So everything we have made it digital as of now. So MSMEs are enjoying, and they are utilizing whatever we are doing. So these are the steps generally which we are doing for MSMEs.
Thank you, Abhishek. I think you already covered the topics about paperless. Anything else you want to speak a little more on the digitization piece, apart from what you already discussed? Anything that SIDBI is driving as a digitization initiatives for MSME lending?
Majority part I have told, and my colleagues, they have also told about UPI, and some things I also came to know because that digital currency and what you were saying, that is also new to me. I was not aware of that. So it's a very good thing actually. But only thing is that what you told with cryptocurrency and all, because almost similar things, both of them are there. So I think it's a very good thing. Suppose you can go to a shop and you can just show him the digital form of the currency note, and he also accepts it digitally, and there might be maybe a digital ledger or sort of thing which he can maintain. So it's a very good thing. And regarding digitalization, this fit rank, which I already told, this is already there. And we also have a portal called Udyami Mitra. As the word suggests, Udyami means entrepreneur. So the entrepreneur, the portal which we are maintaining, there we are having a full handholding of whatever scheme SIDBI is having and how to fill in application. And also suppose a new entrepreneur is coming up, he wants to set up a new unit. So he can get the case studies of similar units which are already established players in that particular field. So how to set, what are their success stories and all that also we are having in the Udyami Mitra portal. And SIDBI is also managing the stand-up and startup portals also. So SIDBI as on now is fully digital, and the focus now is of SIDBI is on green finance also. Green finance means we are doing EV finance, the electric vehicle finance we are doing as of now, and anything related to green, any recyclable waste, any waste getting recycled and it is again being used in the industry. So we are giving much focus on that because waste management and all those solid waste management, green buildings, green technology, sugarcane waste, all those plants which are, if any entrepreneur is wanting to set up, that also we are doing. That is entirely coming part of green finance, and we have a separate vertical for that, and lot of focus is there. And regarding the EV vehicles, electric vehicles, we are giving loans to fleet operators like Ola, Uber is there, and aggregators. Suppose somebody has purchased EVs and they have leased it out to some online platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, Porter is there, Big Basket is there. Now lot of online people are there. So those financing also we are doing. So these are the things which we are doing as of now. Lot of initiatives are there for green finance and less CO2 emission in the environment. So that focus we are committed to that. And all the SIDBI offices now we are slowly converting into green buildings. So green buildings regarding we have everything is as per the green building whatever norms and all those things are there. Slowly we are converting the new offices. It has to be mandatory a green building. The old offices we are slowly converting. So whatever little part we can do, we can contribute to the environment we are doing. So these are the things basically which we are doing regarding digitalization and green finance.
Thank you, Abhishek. I think Raghunath will not leave you. I just want to ask a couple of questions to you. First of all, take us through traits. I think that's something which is very important for possibly this audience to know, and also touch base your organization. I was very impressed about what you do, and in fact, both of your ecosystem as well as Madhurima's ecosystem coming from Axis, a deadly combination to my mind. But I leave it to you how you actually articulate and take it forward. You can please explain.
Thanks, Prasad. I'll start this one with the question. I think everyone knows what's an MSME, so I'll not bore you with the details of what an MSME is. Now, tell me this: amongst you, you would probably have your parents, your uncle, aunt, someone in your close family who's running a MSME. If you do, raise your hands. Let me see how many of you are having an MSME or running a small shop, small enterprise within your family. Raise your hands, please. I can see a few here, few in the back, few over there. Question to the people who raised. What's the one problem, or anyone else? What's the one problem that MSMEs or these enterprises face? The one problem is cash flow. There's a question there. Was there a question? Okay, fine. We will take questions once the session ends. We'll give the opportunities for the students to ask questions. So back to the point, MSME, one big problem, no money. Paisa hota nahi hai, lekin kaam chalana padta hai. So the answer lies in threats. Little bit of history about what is threats. I'll not again, a lot of acts and everything. MSMED Act was came into effect back in 2006. Just so that everyone here knows, once you're an MSME, especially micro and small, you are entitled to get your payment 45 days from the time you submit the goods or service. So any MSME, if you know a friend, if you know a relative, please first educate them that they have a right to claim that money 45 days from the goods acceptance by the buyer. Now, many people don't know it. I think I can see right here in the forum that the fact that MSMEs have a right over claiming money within 45 days is not that clear. So threats actually comes there. Instead of waiting for 45 days, just imagine a scenario where an MSME delivers the goods today, gets the buyer to accept it tomorrow, and day after the money is in his bank. That's exactly what we do. So an MSME actually gets on a portal once an goods is delivered, uploads the invoice. The next day or many times the same day, the buyer to which he has sold it. This is all B2B, so there is no commercial aspect to it yet. It may change. I think it surely will change. But an MSME selling to a corporate buyer, the goods is accepted on a platform. Financier comes and bids for the invoice. That means out of 100 rupees, they take 2 rupees and rest 98 is paid out. The biggest difference is day after, in 2 days, the money goes and hits the bank account of the MSME. That's a very big, very big differentiator for MSME. If I think just for the sake of this forum here, there are 7 crores MSMEs that are out there. Imagine these 7 crore MSMEs doing their business and getting their money paid, because once they get their money paid, they have to pay interest on the various other loans that they've taken. They have to pay salaries for the staff that they have, and they have to run their own homes and shows. So most of these are families, right? So it is important for the MSMEs to get money as soon as possible. That's the problem that we solve as a TREDS platform. I'll emphasize, we are a platform. We don't lend, we don't buy, we don't factor, but we are a platform where MSMEs come, get their invoice discounted. So the concept is called invoice or bill discounting. They come, upload the invoice is accepted by the buyer, and the very next day the invoice is paid out via the route of an NPCI. Just to double click on the digital aspect of what TREDS is, right? TREDS has 3 main things. MSME getting registered. Again here, unlike you go to a bank, normally what will bank ask? Either ya to aapka salary statement dikhao, bank account dikhao, or you put your house on lien, you put your asset on lien. TREDS has none of that. An MSME, only thing that he needs to show that he's an MSME. How does he show that? By an MSME certificate issued by Government of India. There's an organization called Udyam, which is one of the departments within the government that issues a certificate for MSME. All that he needs is an MSME certificate, and he is part and parcel of this TREDS. He does not need to put his house, his gadi, his wealth, his gold, nothing. All he needs to show he's an MSME, and within 2 days of the invoice processing, that's on the outer limit. We have seen cases where the payment happens within 1 day as well. So within 2 days, the payment goes out. So for the first step is getting them onboarded. I think my colleagues here already talked about digital paperless onboarding. Imagine a scenario, you are an MSME, you are forming your own company, and you learn about this, and you want to make sure that every business sale that you do, you want to put it through TREDS. First challenge, if you go to a bank, is maybe 40 papers, 100 papers you have to submit. TREDS, we get 0. I think we already, Abhishek already mentioned about it. We follow pretty much the same digital paperless, and we are followed by KYC. The best part, the banks, the buyers, they don't need to know the seller, and we do it for them. The seller comes in, puts in his details like GST, PAN, all the other data, it's fetched online. All the information is captured online. He just needs to give a consent whether the data is his, yes or no. That's pretty much the end of what the onboarding is. It's completely online, completely digital, and it complies to the digital eKYC mandate of the RBI. That's one. Second, platform. This whole thing is digital. Imagine a scenario where you're creating an invoice, and that invoice at the click of a button can come into the TREDS platform. That's what we enable. So the moment an invoice is created, even before the customer is accepting, your buyer is accepting that invoice is on a platform, which means the banks know that there is an invoice of, let's say, 50 lakhs for delivery of chairs for this auditorium. I'm just giving an example. So that banks already know, banks are ready to bid. The moment a buyer accepts it, the bank bids, and the whole thing is happening on a platform. And as with all my other colleagues here, we are mobile first. We are not mobile only. We want to get there, but we are mobile first. People, MSMEs flip out their phones, click the invoice is uploaded, it's sent to factoring. So if you see here, as a fintech platform, we are achieving not just paperless onboarding, but a paperless transaction, which is quite unique. And the third leg, and which is the most important leg, is the payment. Again, fully digital offline, but fully digital. Customer does not need to go and ask for payments. It all happens through NPCI, automated through automated settlements. There are NACH mandates. So in a nutshell, if you look at it as a TREDS platform, and it's very important for this young generation to understand why TREDS and MSME ecosystem is important. Either most of you will be working for one, or you will have one of your own. So being part of an MSME ecosystem, which majority of you will, you need to know how you are going to run the show of an MSME. And answer to this is initiatives like TREDS, where MSME is at the front and center, gets the benefit of being an MSME rather than being at the mercy of payment terms and conditions and all of that. So the point to stress here, TREDS is a business to enable. Little bit about InvoiceMart, since I want to introduce, I already explained that InvoiceMart is an Axis Bank subsidiary. We are the leading TREDS platform across the country. There are 3 exchanges. We lead the pack. We have done over 80,000 crores in business in the last 5 years. We are fairly new that way. We're about 6 years into our operations. Over 5.5 years, that's the kind of volume that we have done. We have over 25,000 MSMEs or thereabouts. We have the largest corporate base, largest financial base. But all that to one side, we are part of the MSME growth. So every time a new MSME is born, we are there. That's the, that's what TREDS is about. That's what InvoiceMart is about. We are a platform. And going back to my initial statement about how fintech is going to drive banking, this is a perfect example. Even before money is exchanged, we know that the money exchange exists and we enable it.
Thank you. Any questions that I think we should, we have what, 10, 15 minutes? Any questions you guys have?
Can we enable questions? Is it fine? Or Anita, are we okay to take questions? About 10 minutes.
Thank you so much for sharing such insightful information with us.
Before we go ahead, I think there were a few questions. Let me just go around the, if there are questions, feel free to ask us. It does not matter for which topic, we will try and answer them.
Okay, the gentleman in the blue shirt. Yeah.
Please raise your hand and stand up as well. So that far. How would we ever get to know what's your question? Get a mic to be sent across. Come forward in the meantime.
Hello. I wanted to ask, will it be ever possible that we can make transaction through voice instead of PIN? Like in Paytm, when we do transactions, we need a UPI PIN. So instead of that, we use voice as a recognition medium, and we simply just say transfer 10 rupees to this merchant, and it will use our voice as PIN for the transaction instead of the PIN.
Okay. See, first of all, there are various technologies coming around payments. Even if possibly the government or for that matter, institutions like all of us are wanting to make it as secure as possible, there's loads of transactions which go through, and especially UPI and so on and so forth. I know that there is a voice-based technology that has come in. There's something called as missed call pay, which got launched in GFF. If you guys marked it, that's a voice interactive setup. There's an IVR based payment coming. Indian Oil is one of the first ones to go on IVR based payments. But I'm not sure about voice being the equivalent of OTP. I think most of us can copy possibly Amitabh Bachchan's tone, right? So I'm just saying, but I'll tell you what's coming. Face recognition ecosystems are really in. This IVR system actually coordinates back with NPCI for an authentication before it allows you the transaction to happen on IVR setup. And missed call pay is you just make a call, then the rest of the thing is initiated by the transacting ecosystem, right? So it keeps you away from making a mistake. So these are the 2 or 3 that I'm aware of, which is coming in. Not pretty sure will voice really exist in that sense, but yeah, voice is a very interesting model coming in where you want to really allow, for example, in-car payments, which got launched in GFF with one of our partners, does allow to say, please book me X amount of diesel or please book me a MACD as I arrive in 20 minutes in Bharat Petrol Pump, and it says, can I deduct your UPI? It's you say yes, and it actually happens. You have actually allowed that transaction to happen. It does carry a risk. But yeah, this technology is emerging. I mean, world will decide how it goes. Yeah, Madhurima, if you want to add.
Yeah, so I think Prasad, like you rightly mentioned, in the GFF as well, there were many new technologies also introduced by NPCI. So when I say that, considering UPI has become a preferred mode of payment, they have recently introduced a conversational bot. So I think somewhere, maybe in their product roadmaps, they do have a gradual transition to voice payments. But this is the first step they have taken into the conversational AI space, which is voice based. So we do think that the technology is evolving that way. We are making baby steps here in terms of voice recognitions, but I think that's there, and that's one part of it. But mostly on the technology aspect as well. NFC is kind of budding up now. When we say that we have RuPay keychain tags, we have UPI cards, tap and pay that has come into play. So apart from the voice technology, this is also another method or another technology that is kind of leveraging the current digitization shape and form to ensure that the payments get through at a faster pace. So I think voice somewhere is there on the map, but I think NPCI has taken the first step with the conversational bot. Thanks.
Any other questions from anyone? I think there's one over there.
Sir, we talked about Bitcoin and CBDC. So Bitcoin's price continuously change with time. How can CBDC be compared with Bitcoin?
Okay, I did a disclaimer saying it's going to be a dangerous question. I think, look, CBDC, I would not say is an answer to the so-called coin stuff, but that's precisely why RBI or central governments want to launch their digital story, right? Now, underlying technology can be similar or same. Like if you compare global rupee versus dollar versus, it's a dynamic, right? So there are tradings accordingly. So I would say that as of now, the way I understand personally is CBDC is here to stay. And the second part is I am not sure about, will it ever see the light of the day the way RBI is really kind of framing the scheme of things, and banks are really for it, because at the end of the day the institution should accept it, right? So if SBI is accepting CBDC, Axis is accepting CBDC, I think it's done, because somebody has to take it to the market. The banks are willing to take CBDC to the market, right? So the top 4 banks, Axis being one of them, IDFC is another one, they have already demonstrated CBDC across a mall I know in Bombay, which has gone on CBDC as a trial, and both these organizations are there, right? So I think it's going to stay. I'm not getting into the other part of the story because it's quite unknown to my mind, at least right now.
I'll try and just add to what Prasad said. Bitcoin is measured in various currencies. whereas CBDC is itself a currency. So that's the major difference. CBDC is a currency itself, whereas Bitcoin gets measured in various currencies. So if you can understand the difference, then that's it. So RBI has clearly said there is no value to a CBDC because that itself is the value.
That as the last question, the young lady wants to ask this question.
How telematics is helping in changing the traditional insurance structure? How telematics is helping in changing the traditional insurance structure?
When we talk about insurance, it's more towards the health aspect of it. So what currently is happening is telematics in combination with IoT is kind of helping the insurance sector improve. When we say that, we mean that we all have our watches, right? They kind of track our health activities. They kind of track how much are we cycling or how much are we exercising and what are our health parameters, right? Heartbeat, BP, etc. Basis that the information that are stored in these devices, there is also a kind of AI ML associated angle to it, wherein the insurance premiums may go higher or go lower if your stats are better. So that's wherein it is kind of helping the insurance sector pitch the right product or the right section to the consumers, and the consumers are also happy in going with that particular offer because they see that if if they are able to keep up with the health requirements, or if they're able to maintain their health parameters, then it is obviously helping them save a lot of money. So that's wherein it is a new technology. Currently I think there's a lot of work that obviously will be done in terms of improving the technology and the offers part of it. But yes, this is a start that has already taken place in the insurance sector.
Thank you.
Let me just add, what you talked about the human beings, it happens on the non-human beings, the devices. For example, take trucks, cars, they are now IoT powered, If you see MG Motors, it says internet inside. It's powered by Airtel, but it can tell you what's going to happen to that vehicle half an hour down the line before even the driver comes to know. So if you're a good IoT driven vehicular driver, the insurance for that particular vehicle will vary. In fact, I will not be surprised if Indian Oil prices tomorrow that you're a good driver, you get a better price. Those things can happen, right? So it's a brilliant technology, but let's have the basic skills ready, basic things ready before we really jump into that, right? So that's why I would say. So I think we are not on time. Raghu, back to you. And sir, your last comments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, panelists, for providing us with such an insightful and thought-provoking session.
Now, we would like to call upon our event faculty coordinator, Ms. Anita Kohli ma'am, to present a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all gathered here on this wonderful day. I, Anita Kohli, Assistant Professor, on behalf of Amity School of Insurance, Banking and Actual Science, would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being part of this seminar conference on FinTech Forward, exploring next-gen tools in BFSI landscape. Today, we have delved with the help of the speakers into the exciting world of financial technology, exploring its transformative potential and its impact on the financial landscape. First and foremost, I want to express our gratitude to our esteemed speakers and panelists who shared their expertise and experience with us. I foremostly thank Mr. Raghunath, Chief Technology Officer in VoiceSmart, for helping us with this session by chairing the session. Prasad from the Chief Corporate and Alliances, Airtel Payment Bank. Madhurima from Free Charge and Abhishek from Small Industries Development Bank of India. A special thanks to the faculty, staff, and student volunteers who have worked tirelessly to ensure the smooth execution of this event. I take this golden opportunity to thank the management of Amity University, Noida, our founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, vice chancellor, madam, Dr. Bulvinder Shukla, our group vice chancellor, Dr. Gurvinder Singh, and our director, sir, and head of the institute, Mr. A.P. Singh, for providing us with this platform wherein we have learned so much today. And last but not the least, I thank the delegates and the students for their active participation, questions, and discussion for making this day truly enriching. Thank you once again. Students have received a quiz. Once we are done, please attempt the quiz. Basis your passing the quiz on this panel discussion, you will be given a certificate of participation if you pass the quiz. Now, I would like to call upon Honorable Director, Sir, Mr. A.P. Singh, to present the speakers with a small token of appreciation. I request Mr. A.P. Singh to kindly give a memento to Raghunath, sir. I now request, sir, to present a token of appreciation to Madhurima. I request, sir, to kindly present to Mr. Abhishek Kumar a token of our appreciation. I now request, sir, to please give a present a token of appreciation to Mr. Prasad. I now call upon the student volunteers to come and give a token of appreciation to Director, sir, Mr. A.P. Singh. So there is one. Sir, it says it's for the session in charge. I request the MCs and I thank them heartily to have managed the show today. Please come.
Thank you, ma'am. We would also like to thank Anita Kohli ma'am and respected director sir for making this event possible and choosing a theme relevant for us. And we would also like to thank the respected panel members for enlightening us on the theme. And last but not the least, we would like to thank you all for being such a wonderful audience.
Thank you all once again.
Thank you all. We call it a day. Thanks.
Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "Live as if you were to die tomorrow, learn as if you were to live forever," unquote. With these lines, I extend a very warm good evening to our students, participants of the conference, distinguished guests on the dais, our chairman, sir, head of the institutions, and to our faculty colleagues. With the blessings of our founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, under the direct guidance of our vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am, today we have gathered here for a panel discussion on the topic legal entrepreneurship and importance of artificial intelligence as a part of the ongoing 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership. We are honored to have amongst us some distinguished personalities for our panel discussion. And to start the same, I would invite the session in charge from Amity University, Professor Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Chairman, Amity Law Schools, and Chief Advisor, Founder President's Office, Amity Group. Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay is a multifaceted scholar, academician, and an administrator. He is a visionary leader in India's education community in modern times, a gold medalist in his master's degree, a PhD in computer application, a fellow from ESSEC Business School, Paris, and an inspiring professional. Sir has spent 40 years of his career in academia. He has over 70 research contributions and has published many papers of repute in national and international journals and won many rewards for these. Sir has addressed various international students in various countries, notably Canada, France, Germany, UK, Sweden, and Thailand. May I please request Dr. Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, sir, to address the gathering.
So, dear student, those who are giving your career aspiration to become an entrepreneur, and you'll be finding this session is going to be high importance to all of you. And you must have given your career aspirations a different level. Even you can change it if you deem fit so. Now, we have got today very distinguished speakers who will be talking something about legal entrepreneurship, the most important thing, innovations and leadership in the context of legal entrepreneurship and importance of AI, artificial intelligence and legal entrepreneurship. That's the theme with which it is going to be deliberated in the panel. And I hope the panel will be restricting their time because we have been given these discussions to continue for about an hour or so. And with that time, we have to finish up our every discussions over here. Now we have got 4 eminent, speakers. Details about them will be introduced by the, the session chair. And session chair will be invited. And session chair is going to be, today's session chair is going to be Mr. Vinit Vij. And Vinit Vij will be introducing the other speakers. But certainly we have got Professor Triveni Singh, IPS, Superintendent of Police, Cyber Crime, Uttar Pradesh. Triveni ji, I welcome you over here. And you are very much known to us. You are a frequent visitor to us. And it is our privilege to have you over here. Now, not now, he will invite you. Mr. Vinit Vij will invite you to speak. Now, I just let me do my little bit. Then Vikrant, our own Vikrant. So I call it own Vikrant because as if we have already owned him. Whenever we request a Vikrant, your services are needed. Vikrant said like a very obedient student, yes, sir. So thank you, Vikrant. Thank you very much. Now, Satyaki, we have got you over here. So thank you for your coming over here. And Mr. Pawan Duggal, cyber law expert, chief executive artificial intelligence. Is he there? Pawan Duggal is there? He's joining online. Okay, now then Vikram Tarana, I have already mentioned over here. Anybody else is left out? Anybody? No. Now let me talk about the theme of this panel discussions, dear student. So you can see that the way the legal education has evolved, has been evolving, and any education system, it evolves and it evolves for this upgradation, for its development, and that's how the society develops. This is my pet word I all the time use, that every technology has created a new types of waves of creating new educational patterns. So when the first boiler engine came, the boiler engine essentially made us to convert muscles power to machine power, created a plethora of opportunities for job and the plethora of opportunities of societal associated issues and problems. The second industrial revolution, so when it came, production line came into place. All those developed countries, universities got established during those time, and that's how we could see those universities are more than 200 years old. The third revolution, when it came, that was IT revolution. India was not left behind. We caught it up, and that's how we can see that our plethora of universities has started coming from late 80s until today. Now we are more than 1,000 universities in the country. Now, fourth industrial revolutions is again taking place with the advent of the 5G technology. That is going to be a great challenge along with the artificial intelligence and machine learning. So as and when the technology goes on changing, in a nutshell, I have tried to explain it. There are other associated many issues. So there is a change in the employment pattern. There is a change in the way the businesses are being handled, in the way the legal domain is being impacted or affected too. So there is no denying the fact that every such journey involves a number of risk factors which need to be addressed efficiently wherever they arise. So if they are not being handled, those risk factors, then it creates another problem. Every profession involves risk, and it requires vision, passion, knowledge, expertise, resources, and continuous improvement to overcome such unforeseen situations. The entrepreneurs are often associated with the unanticipated risk, but well equipped to deal with such contingencies in developing innovative business model. It is interesting to know that entrepreneurship has gradually emerged as a trend of the contemporary times. With the rapid growth of the new technology and diverse avenues, entrepreneurs are getting exposed to the extraordinary world of opportunities leading to innovations in their respective fields. The term entrepreneurship is not very commonly associated with law. Sorry. In fact, legal profession, this is the thing to be noted. In legal profession is often considered to be traditionally conservative, which stems from the fact that most of the prominent lawyers have an emotional attachment with the existing social and economic order that has brought them fame and reward, and are thus not inclined towards bringing any fundamental social and legal change that would disrupt their status quo. That's a very strong word, I'm using it. There are reasons inherent in the structure and purpose of the law that amount for such of the legal professional historic conservations and provide it a sense of inevitability. On the other hand, it is an established fact that lawyers are cautious about the precedents and risk mitigations. However, it has been accepted fact that every profession, including the legal profession, requires innovations and to be able to provide unique and effective solutions to the contemporary problem. Justice Katju addressed the issue of how to reconcile the requirement for legal stability with the need for change. He finally concluded with the idea that the spirit of conservation and change are both necessary component of the concept of the law, although it may be brought to certain reservations. Today, the legal profession has undergone significant transformation due to the global forces at work. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has not only disrupted the healthcare system, but also the legal system. Courts all across the world have had to react rapidly to the pandemic challenges, such as switching to virtual mode of delivery of justice while maintaining social distancing requirements. This has posed considerable issues for the legal system, which are likely to be exacerbated in the post-pandemic phase with series of complex issues. 2 years back, India's first Robocop. I just now searching the internet, I found this example. 2 years back, India's first Robocop was inducted by Kerala police, giving the rank of a sub-inspector to perform duties on the front office of the police station in the state. As artificial intelligence continues to disrupt numerous industries, including the legal services business, experts in the field agree that AI will continue to expand exponentially as a critical technology for bringing new tools and features to improve legal services and access to justice. This trend will continue to make its way into the day-to-day work of the legal professional and revolutionize the legal sector with AI-powered judges, lawyers, and AI-driven features for contract or team management application. Michael Sander, a lawyer, found that the legal research tool in his newer law firm, to be too expensive and cumbersome. This had led to his establishing Docket Allow, and which provides legal search, analytics, and litigation notification for the United States court system. This legal profession has become increasingly entrepreneurial as a result of financial demands and opportunities brought on by innovation and globalization. The expansions of law companies with offices in multiple locations across the globe has added to the formation of multinational law firms. With globalization being the slogan for transnational corporations of operations, as indicated by international mergers, multiple national firms and international law firms network, cross-border consolidation of the legal business has become a common phenomenon in the present scenario. Furthermore, it has become very pertinent for lawyers joining the field, whether as solo practitioner or as employees of the law firms, to be adequately equipped to apply the law and manage the variation that occurs inside law companies. So the concept from entrepreneurship to entrepreneurship, within the corporation, entrepreneurship, the entrepreneurial interactions with the legal profession has also been recognized through statutory provision in some of the countries. The Legal Services Act 2007 is to be mentioned over here. So the various factors are playing a crucial role in lawyers turning into successful entrepreneurs, such as a rational and analytical mind, communication skill, self-confidence. These are some of the characteristics that an entrepreneur, legal entrepreneur must have. They are rational and analytical mind, communication skill, self-confidence, teamwork, problem solving, etc. There is no doubt about the fact that technology has drastically changed the legal profession in recent years, resulting in widespread innovation in the emergence of the legal entrepreneur. So these legal entrepreneur innovations and entrepreneurship are undoubtedly trending today's legal scene, driving competition and highlighting the differences between progressive and regressive law firms, legal professionals, and legal service providers. So the highlights which I'm trying to make it, that this innovation and entrepreneurship is a trend of today. And that is going to distinguish between the legal professionals, law firms, whether they are progressive or regressive. So with these words, now I pass on the baton to the chair, to the session chair, and now I request the MC to just take it over.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, sir. Futurist Alvin Toffler once said, "The illiterates of the future are not those who can't read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." With this thought process, I would like to introduce to you our session chair, who would be initiating our talk for the day. I now have the privilege to introduce to you Mr. Vineet Vij, Group General Counsel, Tech Mahindra. Mr. Vineet Vij is the Group General Counsel, Tech Mahindra, handling compliance and legal matters for Tech Mahindra and group companies worldwide, leading a team of over 100 lawyers working out of India, US, UK, Israel, Amsterdam, Mexico, to name a few. He has previously worked as Senior Vice President and Head Legal, Commercial, Regulatory and Compliance at the ICEIL Group. He was also associated with American Express as Head Regional Compliance and with other renowned brands such as Tata Consultancy Services, Punj Loyalord, etc. In his distinguished position and as a practicing advocate before High Court, Delhi High Court. We welcome you, sir. And I would also request our chairman, sir, to felicitate our guest with Tulsi sapling and a memento. This is a gesture of amity, the tradition of amity. May I please request, sir? Sir, I would now call upon Mr. Vineet Vij for words of wisdom, and then we'll facilitate all. ठीक है, sir. I would also request Professor Dr. Bandyopadhyay, sir, to facilitate all the guests on the dais. Our eminent guest, Mr. Vikrant Rana, partner SS Rana and Company. We are privileged to have you, sir. May I request for felicitation of respected Professor Triveni Singh, sir, IPS, the Pretendant of Police, Cybercrime, Uttar Pradesh. May I request for felicitation of our eminent guest, Mr. Satyaki Bhattacharjee. Managing Partner, Growthscapes. We are privileged and honored to have you here, sir. A warm welcome at Amity University. Thank you very much, sir. Our joint HOIs and ma'am. May I please call upon Mr. Vineet Vij as the session chair to come and share a few words of wisdom, sir.
Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be here and more importantly to chair this wonderful session. And I think the subject is very relevant, and I think I just found very, legal entrepreneurship, as sir just mentioned. We talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about, startups, we talk about new businesses, we talk about growing the existing businesses, we talk about, bringing in capital, doing something new. But I think associating it with legal is very interesting, actually. We know of law firms, and I would rather associate entrepreneurship more with law firms and the great people, including the panelists here, who've done a wonderful job in terms of, and they are legal entrepreneurs in their own form. So, so that's very interesting. And therefore, I was very excited when we thought we were going to speak about it. And what we are also doing is we are kind of combining it with the latest trend, which is artificial intelligence and how it is impacting and how it will potentially impact the legal profession. I think that's another very key area. So, to get started, my career spans almost 20 years with technology companies, TCS, ICEIL, brief with Wipro, and then Tech Mahindra. So who more would probably know about technology and how technology has, just changed this world and the business space. We've seen it very closely, especially as lawyers, because lawyers would contribute either in disputes or in contract negotiations. And then when the documentation comes, it is specific about technology. And I'm talking from my experience. So therefore, for lawyers and from an entrepreneurship aspect, I'm certain that this is the space which is very relevant, and we are into very great times. Artificial intelligence, to my mind, is something not which is just come in. Even Google was artificial intelligence, so as to say, you type restaurants and it would throw you hundreds of suggestions. You ask a distance and it would give you distances. So I think the machine learning and the artificial intelligence has existed for years now, but it's now the trend, and what we are talking about is how artificial intelligence will change the entire landscape. From a legal entrepreneurship perspective, I personally see this as one, the law firms, the new ones which are coming up, setting up offices. Two, the niche areas that they are targeting, which are the potential new areas where the world's opening. And then there is this technology space, or the technology which is the facilitator. So technology is here, and technology is all about artificial intelligence, because so much of data and content has gone into the systems now that these systems are intelligent enough to not just give you solution, but they can even write codes. We are talking about generative AI. Generative AI can even help you write codes. So we've moved to those levels actually. And it's an unregulated. So while it is an unregulated space, because I think the technology is spaced out so very quickly, but the larger point is how this artificial intelligence or intelligence technology going to change the legal landscape. I will speak more from a in-house perspective. We've got about 100 lawyers all over the place in the companies. So what they technically do today is, and I'm sure some of the students do also, is put up your queries to Chat GPT, etc., and get your answers. I'm sure it's being officially or unofficially being done. So, and it's being done even in, and you would have also seen how the work content generated through artificial intelligence was thrown out in a court in the US. So we've seen all of that, but you can't live without it now. It's already gone into everything. Billions of dollars have been invested, rather hundreds of billions of dollars got invested. So that's the reality. We have to live with it. How do we leverage to get the best out of it? And the NASSCOM, the Niti Aayog, and many other institutions, and I'm saying this from India perspective, are trying to see how does it not damage the humanity? How is it not unethical? And therefore, how do we bring it to our best advantage? I can tell you about, and I'm sure the panelists will throw some more light. Artificial intelligence today can help you do research in minutes, if not in seconds. It can do analytics. It can probably also get you with questions as to what will be the outcome of a case. So that's the level where we've already reached. So the times are appropriate. We need to accept and adapt and move forward. That's what I could say. And I'm not sure there will be people who are following this piece, but European Union has already come out with an AI Act. They are already talking about how high risk, medium risks, etc. So there is a whole categorization. We are also talking in Indian context of NASSCOMs laying down some parameters in terms of how it is not going to, affect your personal privacy, etc., and so on and so forth. So given those broad parameters, I think it's important that we use, and first, I repeat, accept and adopt technology as a facilitator, and it's going to do wonders. I will leave it to the esteemed panelists. I think they are true entrepreneurs in their own respect. So I'm going to look forward to hearing from them also. May I request Professor Triveni Singh ji to please say some words, sir. Thank you.
मैं त्रिवेणी सिंह हूँ, एसपी साइबर क्राइम, जो यूपी में साइबर क्राइम के केसेज है उसको देख रहा हूँ। तो जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज है आज की डेट में, जब कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती है तो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज किसके सामने आता है? पुलिस के सामने, और पुलिस के बाद आप लोगों के सामने जो आप लायर बनेंगे। मैं 2-3 केस बता रहा हूँ, उससे आप समझ आएंगे कि आपको किस तरह का नॉलेज होना चाहिए किसी केस को देखने के लिए। जैसे अभी देखिए, आप लोगों ने देखा होगा वर्चुअल किडनैपिंग, अभी आपने पढ़ा होगा वर्चुअल किडनैपिंग हुआ। वर्चुअल किडनैपिंग में क्या करते हैं कि डीप फेक टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करते हैं। आपका वॉइस सैंपल या वीडियो सैंपल कोई भी 1 मिनट का या 30 सेकंड्स का हमको मिल जाएगा, तो हम टूल यूज करके आपके आधे घंटा 1 घंटे का वीडियो बना देंगे। अब अमेरिका में क्या हुआ, एक बच्चे के रोते हुए आवाज का उन्होंने कहीं सोशल मीडिया से उठाया उसका वॉइस सैंपल, और उसको डीप फेक में डाल करके उसकी आवाज की पूरी रोने की और गिड़गिड़ाने की और ये करके उसने बना लिया। उसके मम्मी पापा को कॉल किया, बच्चा स्कूल में था, उसके मम्मी पापा को कॉल किया, उसी की आवाज, क्योंकि डीप फेक है, सिंथेटिक ऑडियो है, सिंथेटिक वीडियो क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। तो उसके पेरेंट्स को ये लगा कि हमारा बच्चा वाकई किडनैप हो गया है, और जो रैंसम उन्होंने जो फिरौती मांगी वो फिरौती उन्होंने दे दिया। बाद में उनको पता चला कि तो हमारे बच्चे की आवाज थी नहीं, ये क्या है, ये सिंथेटिक आवाज है। अभी केरल में भी ऐसे हुआ है। केरल में एक कंपनी के सीईओ की आवाज में उसके सीएफओ को एक कॉल गया, उसकी एकदम वही क्लोन जिसको हम कहते हैं, वही सिंथेटिक ऑडियो, उसने समझा ये तो मेरे बॉस की आवाज है और लाखों करोड़ों रुपए ट्रांसफर कर दिया। ये है डीप फेक टेक्नोलॉजी, आप जानते हैं, जिसको एआई बेस्ड साइबर क्राइम कह रहे हैं। आप अभी ये मेवात एरिया है, आप लोगों ने देखा होगा सेक्सटॉर्शन के केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं। सेक्सटॉर्शन में क्या है, अगर आपका 30 सेकंड्स का भी कोई ऑडियो और वीडियो हमको मिल गया तो उसको कंप्लीटली पोर्नोग्राफिक बना करके और ये ब्लैकमेल करना शुरू कर दे रहे हैं। आपका 30 सेकंड्स, आपका 1 मिनट का वीडियो क्लिप, आधे घंटे की फिल्म बना करके, और आपको थ्रेट दिया जा रहा है कि आपके पेरेंट्स में, आपके टीचर्स में, आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में हम ये शेयर कर दें, अदरवाइज आप पैसा दीजिए। हजारों लाखों लोग शिकार हो रहे हैं। तो जो ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का एप्लीकेशन है, वो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बहुत अच्छे मकसद के लिए बनाया गया है कि भाई आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, जैसे आपने कहा कि हम केसेस को डाल देंगे, सिनेरियो क्रिएट कर देंगे, और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ये बता देगा कि ये केसेस हैं, और उसकी फाइंडिंग भी बता देगा। तो अभी मेरा बेटा बता रहा था कि पापा एक केस हमने डाला उसमें, और जो कोट्स कर रहे हैं, जो केसेस कोट कर रहे हैं, वो गलत कोट कर रहे हैं। तो हमने एक एआई टूल यूज किया, हम लोग भी एआई टूल यूज करते हैं। तो जो हमको मेरी तबीयत खराब हुई तो मैंने उस सिम्टम्स को लेकर एक ग्लास AI करके gloss.ai ये डॉक्टर्स के लिए बनाया गया, तो मैंने अपने सारे सिम्टम्स डाले, तो उसने 10 तरह की बीमारियां बता दी। आप डॉक्टर के पास जाएंगे तो डॉक्टर आपको डायग्नोज करके फाइनली बताएगा कि आपको ये बीमारी है। जब आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टूल में डालेंगे उसी को, तो आपको एक फाइंडिंग नहीं बताएगा, 10 तरह के बताएगा। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि एआई हमको असिस्ट तो कर सकता है, एआई सिर्फ हमको असिस्ट कर सकता है, लेकिन कभी ह्यूमन को कभी रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकता। वो चाहे आप लीगल फील्ड हो या मेडिकल फील्ड हो या जिस डोमेन में आप यूज कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने भी एक बार किया कि सिंथेसिया आप जानते होंगे, सिंथेसिया एक टूल है, एआई बेस्ड टूल है, जिसमें आप किसी का फोटो, मेरा फोटो डाल दीजिए और उसकी वीडियो जनरेट कर लीजिए। मिड जर्नी आपने देखा होगा, आप किसी का टेक्स्ट डाल दीजिए कि त्रिवेणी सिंह, प्रोफेसर त्रिवेणी सिंह का फोटो गूगल से उठाओ और एक उनका सिंथेटिक इमेज क्रिएट कर दो, मिड जर्नी क्रिएट कर देगा। उसी तरह टेक्स्ट के लिए आप चैट जीपीटी यूज कर रहे हो, तो कोई अगर क्रिमिनल चाहे तो चैट जीपीटी, सिंथेसिया, मिड जर्नी उठाए 3 टूल्स को और हमारी सिंथेटिक वीडियो, सिंथेटिक ऑडियो, हमारी इमेज क्रिएट करे और टेक्स्ट कुछ क्रिएट करे और डाल दे। तो अब आपके सामने सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या होगा कि आपके सामने इतने ढेर सारे लिटिगेशन आ जाएंगे, वो चाहे पायरेसी का हो या इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी का हो या साइबर क्राइम के केसेस। सिंथेटिक आईडी आ रहा, अवतार आपने देखा होगा, अवतार क्या है? सिंथेटिक आईडी है। सिंथेटिक सबसे ज्यादा आज की डेट में अगर कोई क्राइम हो रहा है तो सिंथेटिक आईडी से हो रहा है। अब सिंथेटिक आईडी बनाने के लिए हमको क्या चाहिए? अभी हम लोगों ने अभी आज ही अरेस्ट किया है लड़कों को। उन लड़कों ने क्या काम किया कि 50 वेबसाइट्स बनाया और जो डेथ सर्टिफिकेट और बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट का जो वेबसाइट है उसका रेप्लिका बनाया, एग्जैक्टली वही रेप्लिका जो उसका डीएनएस होता है, जो डोमेन नेम है, उसमें थोड़ा सा चेंज करके बनाया। आप किसी त्रिवेणी सिंह किसी का नाम डालिए, उसके फादर का नाम डालिए, एड्रेस डालिए और आप डेथ सर्टिफिकेट बना लीजिए। और डेथ सर्टिफिकेट हजारों, ये नहीं, वो आपको एपीआई एक्सेस दे रहे हैं, आप जाइए एपीआई एक्सेस लीजिए और आप इसकी आप मार्केटिंग करिए। मार्केटिंग आप करिए, हजारों लाखों लोगों को कमीशन पे बता दी गई, ये मेरी वेबसाइट है, तुम डेथ सर्टिफिकेट, बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट जो चाहिए वो क्रिएट करो। 50 वेबसाइट ऑपरेट कर रहे थे सब बच्चे, जिनको हम लोग ने लखनऊ से अरेस्ट किया है। क्या है आज की डेट में अगर कोई क्राइम करना चाहे तो ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस उनको और फैसिलिटेट कर रहा है। पहले टेक्नोलॉजी आया था कि हम लोग सिम से बात करते थे, उसके बाद वीओआईपी, वॉइस ओवर इंटरनेट टेलीफोनी जिसको कहते हैं, हम फेस इंटरनेट कॉल करने लगे। तो सबसे ज्यादा इसका मिसयूज किसने किया? क्रिमिनल्स ने मिसयूज किया। आप देखिए, हम आपका नंबर स्पूफ कर देंगे, आपकी आप पता भी नहीं कर पाओगे, और पुलिस के पास अगर जाएगा, हम अगर इंटरनेट टेलीफोन आपको कॉल करेंगे, हमारा ही नंबर डिस्प्ले होगा। जैसे इनके नंबर से उनको हम कॉल कर देंगे अभी 2 मिनट में। अब जब उनको कॉल कर देंगे तो वो सोचेंगे कि कॉल तो यहां से जनरेट हो रही है, लेकिन फैक्ट ये है कि कॉल जो वीओआईपी प्लेटफॉर्म में बना है सिंगापुर में, जो उसका एक्सेस हो रहा है, जो एडमिन है वो बैठा हुआ है अफ्रीका में, जो यूजर है वो बैठा हुआ है इंडिया में, कॉल यहां कर रहा है। अब सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है पुलिस के सामने कि ये स्पूफ कॉल आई, वीओआईपी प्लेटफॉर्म पे कॉल आई, अब इन्वेस्टिगेट कैसे करेंगे? हम तो इनके नंबर पे जाएंगे, इन्हीं का नंबर शो हो रहा है, इन्हीं का नंबर शो हो रहा है उनमें, वो कहेंगे भाई तो आपके नंबर से कॉल है, हम इनको अरेस्ट कर लेंगे कि भाई ये आपके नंबर से कॉल है। फैक्ट ये है कि है ही नहीं, इनका नंबर स्पूफ किया गया है। हमारे यहाँ बैंक में मैं आपको बताऊं, अभी 146 करोड़ रुपीज साइबर क्रिमिनल्स जो है पूरे बैंक का पैसा ट्रांसफर कर दिए एक अकाउंट में, बाहर से बैठ के, बैंकर्स नहीं, बाहर से बैठ करके पूरे बैंक का 146 करोड़ अपने अकाउंट में लेके चलेगा बदमाश। जब हमारे यहाँ केस आया, मैं जो लायर यहाँ बैठे, जो होने वाले लायर है, उनके लिए बता रहा हूँ कितना आपको अगर टेक्नोलॉजी की समझ नहीं है तो आप केस फाइट नहीं कर पाओगे, और अगर पुलिस को टेक्नोलॉजी की समझ नहीं है तो गलत आदमी को जेल भेज दोगे। तो हमारे क्या हुआ, जो 146 करोड़ रुपए जब गया, तो बैंक से पैसे ट्रांसफर करने के लिए मेकर और चेकर 2 आईडी की जरूरत होती है, एक जूनियर और एक सीनियर मैनेजर की। दोनों की आईडी, कोई भी यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड होता है, यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड लिया, पैसे ट्रांसफर कर दिया। अब अगर प्राइम एफएसआई देखिए, आप क्राइम सीन पे जाते हो तो सबसे पहले दोनों को अरेस्ट कर लीजिए कि आपका यूजर आईडी और पासवर्ड यूज हुआ है, पैसा 146 करोड़, अब आप अरेस्ट होते हैं क्योंकि आप ही का यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड यूज हुआ। तो जब मैं गया क्राइम सीन पे, अभी 5-6 महीना पहले की बात है, जब हम क्राइम सीन पे पहुंचे तो हमने कहा नहीं, कोई अरेस्ट नहीं होगा, कोई ब्रांच मैनेजर और ये अरेस्ट नहीं होगा, ये इन्वेस्टिगेट होगा क्योंकि इसमें ढेर सारे एंगल हैं। अब देखिए वो क्या क्या क्रिमिनल्स ने जो बैंक का नेटवर्क है, जिसको लैन कहते हैं, लोकल एरिया नेटवर्क में एक कंप्यूटर डाला, अटैच किया। उस कंप्यूटर पे रिमोट एक्सेस ट्रोजन, रैट आप जानते होंगे, रिमोट एक्सेस टूल डाला। उस रिमोट एक्सेस टूल से जो ब्रांच मैनेजर के सिस्टम थे उस पे की लॉगर डाला। अब देखिए बाहर से एक डोंगल लगाया वोडा का, अब बाहर से एक्सेस किया, बाहर से अपने लैपटॉप को एक्सेस किया। वो लैपटॉप नेटवर्क का पार्ट था, नेटवर्क से कीलॉगर से उसका यूजर आईडी पासवर्ड लिया और पैसा ट्रांसफर कर दिया। अब सोचिए अगर ये अदालत में केस जाता है और ब्रांच मैनेजर को अरेस्ट करके पुलिस जेल भेज देती है, या किसी क्रिमिनल्स को अरेस्ट करके, हमने 14 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया, ब्रांच मैनेजर को छोड़ दिया। अगर ये टेक्नोलॉजी की समझ नहीं होती, यहाँ कितने बच्चे होंगे जो कीलॉगर जानेंगे कि इतना सोफिस्टिकेटेड मालवेयर क्या होता है? कितने बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो ये जानेंगे कि रिमोट एक्सेस ट्रोजन क्या होता है? कितने बच्चे लाइन की नेटवर्किंग जानेंगे? और ये जब तक आप जानोगे नहीं, आप केस नहीं फाइट कर पाओगे। इसलिए मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि आज की डेट में हर लायर को टेक्नोलॉजी लायर होना पड़ेगा। आप अगर 100 मिनट्स आप दे रहे हैं पढ़ाई पे, तो मैं ये कहता हूं, अपने बच्चे को भी बताता हूं कि बेटा 50% टाइम टेक्नोलॉजी पढ़ो। अगर आप टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं जानोगे, हर क्राइम साइबर क्राइम है, हर क्राइम टेक्नोलॉजी क्राइम है। तो इसलिए मैं जितने भी लायर हैं, मैं ये कहता हूं कि आप आधी तो किताब आईटी एक्ट पढ़ के आप क्या कर लोगे? अगर इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एक्ट पढ़ के कौन सा केस आप लड़ लेंगे? उसके कुछ पेनल सेक्शन है, आप अधिक से अधिक आर्गू, जब तक आप टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं जानोगे आप केस को आर्गू ही नहीं करोगे। फॉरेंसिक नहीं जानोगे, फॉरेंसिक क्या है? इट्स कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट साइंटिफिक डोमेन। फॉरेंसिक तब तक नहीं जानोगे जब तक कंप्यूटर का बेसिक फंडामेंटल्स आपको नहीं आता। आपको सॉफ्टवेयर जानना पड़ेगा, ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम, हार्डवेयर जानना पड़ेगा, एप्लीकेशन कैसे बनता है, डोमेन कैसे खरीदते हैं हम, वेबसाइट कैसे बनाते हैं, पेमेंट गेटवे का इंटीग्रेशन कैसे होता है, ये फ्लो कैसे होता है, आपको सब कुछ जानना पड़ेगा। तब जाओगे अदालत में, कोर्ट में, और तब आप केस को आर्गू कर सकते हो। अदरवाइज आप कर ही नहीं सकते, आज के टाइम में नहीं कर सकते। पहले कर देते, मर्डर हुआ, 4 लोगों ने मर्डर देखा, जज साहब बैठे, उन्होंने वहां बताइए भाई आपने क्या देखा? उन्होंने कहा साहब हमने देखा, इन्होंने गोली चलाते हो। अब तो क्राइम हो रहा है, क्राइम में इंटरनेशनल सिंडिकेट है। अब आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा साइबर क्राइम एज ए सर्विस, सॉफ्टवेयर एज ए सर्विस, जो आपका कॉन्सेप्ट है, वैसे साइबर क्राइम एज ए सर्विस बिक रहा है। आप डार्क वेब पे जाइए और कोई भी सर्विस ले लीजिए, मालवेयर कोई भी बनवा लीजिए, कोई भी ट्रोजन बनवा लीजिए, खरीद लीजिए, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर आपको मिल जाएंगे, इसको मार्केटिंग करने वाले लोग मिल जाएंगे, इसको यूज, आप अकाउंट खरीद लीजिए। अब ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजी, पूरा ये सप्लाई चेन आप नहीं जानेंगे तो आप केस को आर्गू नहीं कर सकते हैं। और ना आप ठीक से आईटी एक्ट को, अभी आप देखिए डीपीडीपी एक्ट आया है, जो डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट आया है, उसमें क्या है, वो पूरा टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड है। सिर्फ अगर आप डिजिटल ये एक्ट की बात कर रहे हो तो उसमें देखिए, उसमें ये दिया है कि हमारा पर्सनल आइडेंटिफायर जितने भी डेटा होंगे उसको कैसे हम स्टोर करेंगे, स्टोर करने के बाद उसको कैसे एक्सेस देंगे, उसका कंसेंट मैनेजमेंट, हम उसको कंसेंट कैसे लेंगे, हम उसको ये भी देंगे राइट टू बी फॉरगॉटन, हम ये भी देंगे राइट टू इरेज, कि हम अगर डेटा इरेज करना चाहेंगे। आप देखिए ये सारा कुछ आ गया। अब आप टेक्नोलॉजी में, एक टेक्नोलॉजी के नजरिए से सोचिए कि मेरा डेटा आपकी कंपनी रख रही है, हमको कैसे एक्सेस देंगे कि मैं अपना डेटा इरेज कर दूं? आप कैसे डेटा को प्रिजर्व करेंगे? आप उस डेटा को प्रिजर्व करने के बाद कैसे इंश्योर करेंगे कि इसकी सैंक्टिटी डिस्टर्ब नहीं है, हमारे डेटा के साथ टैंपरिंग नहीं हुई है? हम ये कैसे जानेंगे कि हम डेटा जिस पर्पज के लिए दिए थे सिर्फ उसी पर्पज के लिए यूज हुआ? हम कैसे इस बात को इंश्योर करेंगे कि मेरा डेटा जो थर्ड पार्टी है, थर्ड पार्टी ने हमारे डेटा का मिसयूज नहीं किया? क्या थर्ड पार्टी की आईएएस ऑडिट की गई? ये सारा कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी है, और सारा कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म जब तक नहीं समझ सकते, इसमें क्या है, 250 करोड़ रुपीस तक फाइन होगा। अगर हमारे पर्सनली आइडेंटिफाइबल इंफॉर्मेशन के साथ अगर आपने टैंपरिंग की या अनऑथराइज तरीके से कहीं शेयर किया तो 250 करोड़ रुपीस तक फाइन है। आप सोचिए, एक कंपनी को 250 करोड़ रुपीस देना पड़ रहा है इसके लिए। तो क्या आप समझते हैं कि आप 2 स्टेटमेंट पे और 2 गांवों के स्टेटमेंट पे क्या 250 करोड़ कोई कंपनी दे देगी? और क्या आप समझते हैं जो मैं बता रहा हूं ये मैनेजमेंट इतना इजी है? आप यहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी के एक्सपर्ट लोग बैठे हुए हैं, आप सोचिए इस तरह का प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने के लिए कंपनी को कितना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट करना पड़ेगा। पूरे लॉग को, केवल सिस्टम लॉग नहीं, केवल बिजनेस के लॉग को नहीं, सारा कुछ लॉग मेंटेन करना, हमको एक्सेस देना, उसकी मॉनिटरिंग करना, मॉनिटरिंग करके एक चीज, किसी ने अगर केस डाल दिया और इनसे 100, अभी मैं पढ़ रहा था कल, डेटा सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया ने 192 क्वेश्चन का एक बनाया, क्वेश्चनर सेट बनाया 192। तो जब मैंने वो पढ़ा 192, तो मैंने सोचा ये किसी कंपनी को 192 क्वेश्चन अगर हम पूछ देंगे तो उसको प्लेटफॉर्म में कितना कुछ करना पड़ेगा, कितना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट। हम तो ये कहते हैं कि कंपनी बनाने में कम खर्चा है, इसके मैनेजमेंट में जो डीपीडीपी एक्ट बना है, इसके मैनेजमेंट में आपको उससे ज्यादा पैसा खर्चा करना पड़ेगा अगर आप ईमानदारी से आप वो करिए तो देखिए मैं पुलिस वाला हूं और पुलिस, हम तो क्राइम देखते हैं और क्राइम इसलिए और क्राइम देखने में मुझको टेक्नोलॉजी इतना पढ़ना पड़ता है। अभी आपको मैसेज आता होगा, मैं 2 मिनट और बोल करके फिर वो करता हूँ, 2 मिनट इंटरेस्टिंग है बच्चों के लिए इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ। आपको मैसेज आता होगा रोज कि पार्ट टाइम जॉब के लिए आप गूगल पे सर्च करते हो पार्ट टाइम जॉब, या एसएमएस आता है पार्ट टाइम जॉब 50,000 रुपीज पर डे या पर मंथ आता है। एक बरेली में एक लड़की को मैसेज आया कि आपको पार्ट टाइम जॉब हम विप्रो में देंगे। वो लड़की अपना व्हाट्सएप पे गई, व्हाट्सएप से उसने टेलीग्राम पे वो एक लिंक क्लिक की, लिंक जब क्लिक की खूबसूरत सा डैशबोर्ड आया, डैशबोर्ड पे ये हुआ कि 100 रुपीज डालिए, 150 रुपीज तुरंत आपके वॉलेट में आ जाएगा। वॉलेट में आ भी जाता है, आप रिडीम करना चाहेंगे रिडीम भी कर लेंगे। अब देखिए वो लड़की ट्रैप का शिकार हो गई और उसने 2,20,000 रुपये उसके गए। तो जब मेरे पास केस आया, इस केस को जब हम इन्वेस्टिगेट करना शुरू किए तो हमने पाया कि 4,200 करोड़ रुपीस गया है। एक लड़की 2,20,000 रुपया, लेकिन पूरा केस का जो मैग्नीट्यूड है 4,200 करोड़ रुपीस। अब ये 4,200 करोड़ रुपीस को आगे मैंने इन्वेस्टिगेट किया तो पता चला कि इसका 95% रुपीस चाइना में जा रहा। और जब हमने उसको भी इन्वेस्टिगेट किया तो पता चला कि ये मुश्किल से 20 या 17, 18 साल, 19, 20 साल, 25 साल के मैक्सिमम 4-5 लड़के हैं जो 4,200 करोड़ रुपीस का 95% पैसा उनके पॉकेट में गया। अब आप देखिए ये जाता पैसा क्या है, आपके पैसे से एक नोडल अकाउंट आईसीआईसीआई बैंक में बना है। आईसीआईसीआई बैंक से जेब पे, बच्चे जानते हैं जेब पे जो क्रिप्टो करेंसी एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म है उससे पैसा गया बिटकॉइन में, और बिटकॉइन से सीधे चला गया बिनांस में। बिनांस इंटरनेशनल क्रिप्टो करेंसी प्लेटफॉर्म है, और वहां से मिक्सर टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करके पैसा चला गया चाइना। मिक्सर हजारों वॉलेट्स में चला गया। अब देखो ये जो मैसेज आपको मिलता है, आप क्या समझते हैं इंडिया से मैसेज जनरेट हो रहा है? नहीं, ये मैसेज चाइना से हो रहा है। चाइना कैसे? चाइना दुबई के एक एसएमएस एग्रीगेटर को एक्सेस करता है, वहीं से चाइना के बच्चे कर रहे हैं एक्सेस, और वहां से ये मैसेज जो है आपको भेजा जाता है। यहाँ क्या ऑपरेटर, यहाँ किसी ने आईडी क्रिएट कराया है और लाखों लोगों को मैसेज आता है, और ये वर्चुअल पेमेंट एड्रेस से पैसा जाता है। एक अगर मैं त्रिवेणी सिंह का अकाउंट है तो मैं चाहूं तो मैं अपने अकाउंट के अगेंस्ट में हजारों वर्चुअल पेमेंट एड्रेस बांट सकता हूं आप लोगों में। जैसे मेरे अकाउंट में पैसा आएगा, अभी 200 लड़के या 100 लड़के बैठे हुए हैं, 100 वर्चुअल अकाउंट में क्रिएट करके अभी दे सकता हूं। अब सोचिए क्रिमिनल्स के लिए कितना आसान हो गया, ये फिनटेक कंपनियां आई हैं। बैंक का अकाउंट एक, क्रिमिनल्स का जो उनका जो चैनल पार्टनर कहिए या रिटेलर्स कहिए या होलसेलर कहिए, वो हजारों, एक अकाउंट के अगेंस्ट में हजारों अकाउंट मैंने क्रिएट कर दिया, पैसा तुरंत आना शुरू हो गया। 4,200 करोड़ रुपया सीधे चला गया जेब से बिनांस से चाइना पैसा चला जा रहा है। आपके लिए 2,20,000 रुपया है, उस लड़की के लिए 2,20,000 रुपया। इन्वेस्टिगेशन कितना? अब देखिए बदमाश चाइना वाले क्या कर रहे हैं। चाइना वाले कर रहे हैं कि आपका AWS का क्लाउड एक्सेस कर रहे हैं चाइना से, और वहां पे एक वर्चुअल मशीन से ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं। ये पैसा ट्रांसफर जो कर रहे हैं वर्चुअल मशीन से, ताकि आईपी जो है चाइना की ना आकर के कहां की है, मुंबई की। जब हम लोगों ने आईपी निकाला तो पता चला कि ये आईपी मुंबई की है। अब सोचिए, अब पुलिस के लिए और प्लस लायर के लिए कितना बड़ा चैलेंज है। किस तरह से हाइड कर रहे हैं क्रिमिनल्स, कितने स्मार्ट हैं। कि वो एसएमएस एग्रीगेटर को एक्सेस कर रहा है, एसएमएस एग्रीगेटर दुबई में, पैसा हम वर्चुअल अरे AWS पे जा रहे हैं, वर्चुअल मशीन यूज करके फिर ICICI का अकाउंट एक्सेस कर रहे हैं ताकि हमारी आईडी मुंबई की है, बैठे हम चाइना में। ये इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स हो गया है साइबर क्राइम। अब AI, जब AI आ गया तो अब तो विदिन बस हो गया, AI आ गया तो अब आप कोई भी मालवेयर क्रिएट कर लीजिए। सबसे बड़ा मिसयूज क्या होगा साइबर सिक्योरिटी में? कोई भी सोफिस्टिकेटेड मालवेयर यूज कर लीजिए और क्राइम करना शुरू कर दीजिए, हजारों तरह के क्राइम करना शुरू कर दीजिए। तो ये है थ्रेट। AI अभी तो फ्यूचर, अभी तो AI आया है, चैट जीपीटी के बाद लोगों का इंटरेस्ट जगा है कि भाई हम AI का यूज कैसे करते हैं। हम पुलिस वाले हम सबसे पहले ये सोचते हैं कि AI के मिसयूज कैसे क्रिमिनल करेंगे, और उसी पे हमारा पूरा रिसर्च है। लायर को भी यही करना चाहिए। लायर आप यूज भी करिए और मिसयूज सोचिए कि कैसे क्रिमिनल करता हो, ताकि आप अपने को ठीक तरीके से तैयार करेंगे कि हमको कोर्ट में एज ए डिफेंस कैसे हमको केस रखना। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. Your insightful words have added immense value to the discussion. We are truly fortunate to have such a distinguished panelist with us today. And today we have an exciting lineup of distinguished panelists with us. Now, as we continue our journey through this event, I invite our next panelist, Mr. Vikrant Rana, Managing Partner, SS Rana and Corporation, to share his insight and wisdom. Sir is a product of Delhi University. He has done his LLB focused on IP laws and his Bachelor of Economics as well. Sir has made a remarkable contribution in the field of intellectual property right laws. He's an expert in IP and corporate law practice with a demonstrated history of working in law practice industry for 27 years. Skilled in negotiation, trademark infringement, patent law, IP strategy, and corporate law. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Vikrant Rana.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. It's always a privilege to be there interacting with students from Amity with the blessings of Bandhapadhyay sir. I think what we heard was amazing. It's really, a different things which we don't expect. And that is what is actually happening in the real world. I think let me start by saying change is the only constant. We keep evolving, and we have seen how criminals are evolving, and law is sometimes, or maybe all the times, is always, I refer to a Scorpion song, 2 steps behind. Law is always catching up with what people are thinking, how to break the law, or how to, misuse the law, or how to look at a gap which can be used by these fraud or bad actors. And technology, like sir mentioned, is being misused. AI is being misused. So AI, I would say, my discussion would be on 3 aspects of AI. One is creation of IP, especially for entrepreneurs. How would you create IP in the legal profession, or anything which would impact the legal profession by AI. Second would be misuse of AI. We have seen what sir mentioned, how AI is being misused, the risk involved. And third would be the direct impact for the legal profession, as in the budding lawyers and lawyers, all of us. On the creation of IP, there is a lot of scope. We are now living in a knowledge economy. We're looking at $5 trillion economy by, in the next few years. So we are at the right time, at the right place. India is at the right time, at the right place. So we just need to be sure that we are able to ride the wave and be one of the, the strongest, largest economy in the world. And for that, entrepreneurship is very important. We have to really think out of the box. For me, I think the Y2K bug was the initiation for the Indian IT industry in a big way to get into IT. Sir is there from the IT industry, and he can obviously mention more about that. But I think with AI now, I mean, this is indeed a wave which we need to ride to as entrepreneurs. And if we see the number of startups in India now, we have almost more than 1 lakh startups which are there. We're looking at different solutions, what the gaps are, and then trying to bridge those gaps. Obviously, not all of them are succeeding. Some do succeed. We have seen trailblazers also, but it's part of the game. Some would succeed, some would not. The government of India on that front, they have a SIPP program where budding entrepreneurs, lawyers, entrepreneurs could take help. Would be to have support from the government for filing IP, protecting IP, expediting those IP, which would help in the valuations of your companies, and which would get you a different value to invest, reinvest the money to build the company further. And Government of India has also come out in its last budget. They had come out with a proposal to set up 3 centers of excellence for AI. So India is very much looking at AI, and we had even at the G20 summit, the declaration had written about the AI also. And obviously, we remember when Mr. Modi met Joe Biden, the president of USA, in USA, AI was the keyword there. So, so India is looking at building on that, and we've had cases as students of law. We would know that the Dabis case where the ownership of AI was in question. Similarly, we had the Raghav case in India where ownership by AI was in question. So that is a big debate, and would be a debate whether AI can be applicant for owning an IP. So the issue, like some countries have allowed, South Africa has allowed applicant to be an AI. Australia, they refused, but then they went to Court of Appeal, which said it should be reconsidered. US did not allow. India, the case is pending for AI to be considered as an applicant. But I believe till the time AI could be given a juristic identity, the power to enter into contracts, the power to be responsible, it is still a way down for AI to be considered as an applicant on its own right. I think Bandyopadhyay sir mentioned about the risk involved. The risks are not limited to the malicious code which sir mentioned. Triveni sir mentioned about the risk about the malicious code being generated using AIs. That is obviously there. Misuse of copyrighted stuff from the internet being misused by AI. So there has been a case filed in the US against ChatGPT regarding the copyright infringement which the AI is using, the information which AI is getting from the internet, which is copyright protected, but yet they include them in their answers to the questions being raised. So that question is there. I think Mr. Vich mentioned about the Avianca case, which was the case where a lawyer referred to some judgments in a court of law. And when the court wanted to check on those precedents being cited, there were no precedents. So ChatGPT actually came up with a number of decisions when the lawyer wanted some precedents, and there were no precedents which ChatGPT raised. So there is a big risk of using ChatGPT. As lawyers or entrepreneurs, whenever we are using AI, it has to be a responsible use. It cannot be use without checking or verification. So the issue would shift to verification of the data being generated using AI. We had Justice Pratibha Singh very recently in a matter, one of the plaintiffs, they said we are so well known that you can go on the internet and use ChatGPT to see what we are. And she did make a statement that, we cannot use ChatGPT for these purposes, and there is still a gray area. So AI or ChatGPT So AI and ChatGPT would still be a gray area there, that how it is being used is to be seen. though we had a case where one of the judges from the Punjab and Haryana court, High Court, he used ChatGPT to have the bail jurisprudence. Ma'am, please. He used ChatGPT to get the bail jurisprudence from other countries, and he mentioned that this was being used, but not as a precedent, but only for referral sake, that he had used AI for that purpose. So sir mentioned about disrupting the status quo. So that is quite important that, the presidents, for entrepreneurs, it's always how to disrupt what is the status quo, how things can be changed, done differently. And lawyers have to now look at technology, like Triveni sir mentioned, that technology, and it's a marriage between technology and law. And it's not that you're practicing technology law only, then you will do this. It would become a way of life for us as lawyers to understand technology. It's not just the students, but even as lawyers, and even as judges who have to be really up to what technology is being used or misused. In fact, if I believe you would be knowing the Jamtara case, Jamtara serial. So there's a similar case going on in the High Court where there were these franchisees being offered of well-known trademarks, well-known IPs, and many of the people had actually given away money thinking they're dealing with the correct company, with the IP holders, and the amount was being transferred. So Justice Pratibha, being very foresighted and again very technologically oriented, she has asked RBI that when anybody is transferring the money from his account to somebody's account, right now only the account number is shown. The relevant owner of that account is not shown. It is only I would say XYZ company, and I can give my own personal bank account to transfer if you want a franchise of say XYZ company. And people would transfer that money to that bank account thinking they're transferring to that particular corporation. So she has now asked RBI to plan how they can now come up with mentioning the account holder's name when somebody puts the account number. So that would be, that is using technology in a positive way to ensure that the fraudsters are not able to defraud more people. So that is how, technology has to be adopted by the legal fraternity, from the legal profession, be it students, lawyers, or judges. And we have to be a step ahead, understanding the law, understanding technology, and understanding how we can be a step ahead of people who could be thinking to defraud. I think my time is up, so I'll be happy to take any answers after all the speakers have finished it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very fortunate that our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Dr. Professor Balwinder Shukla, has joined us for the event. Ma'am is an MTech from IIT Kharagpur and PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 35 years of experience in industry and academia. To her credit, she has presented many papers and seminars, conferences at national and international level. She has organized over 150 seminars, conferences, and management development programs. She is on advisory board of many companies and is a member of several professional bodies closely associated also with a lot of CSR projects. We welcome you, ma'am, and we invite you on the stage for words of wisdom.
Very distinguished experts on the dais. I know Professor Triveni Singh ji, who was here, who has left after his address. Mr. Vineet Vijay, Group General Council of Tech Mahindra. The organization with which Amity enjoys very, very long association. Mr. Vikrant Rana, Managing Partner, SS Rana and Company. I heard your address, very practical example you have given, because we all, when transfer the money, we do not know that who exactly is the beneficiary of, because sometime, and nowadays, when you look at the kind of the things are happening, that's very, very sometime alarming. Our chairman of the law school, Dr. Bandyopadhyay, a great colleague with the session in charge here, and my all the faculty colleagues and the very dear students. This session, when we were deciding the fifth international conference on entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership, we were really looking at that. What really should be the theme for the session to be organized by the MIT Law School? And I'm so happy and delighted that Bandyopadhyay and his entire team had decided the legal entrepreneurship and importance of artificial intelligence, because today, artificial is like, like a potato in any menu and every menu. And if you know that it does not spoil the taste of the menu, but it enhances the taste in many ways. So how, and you cannot be untouched by the artificial intelligence, because the artificial intelligence is affecting the nations, the individuals, across the board. Technology, early 80s, early 70s, when the IT was coming, and people used to say that it will take away the jobs. Neither the IT has taken the jobs, it has created a job, and nor the AI is going to take the job. But it's important, it has the challenges that how it's, going to impact all of us, and how the legally, when we look at how we'll say whether the judgment, which is, because some people have started using even, the preparing the judgments or giving the some argument through the chat GPT. By looking the so many cases are already available online, and using the AI or the chat GPT, you can, source, see all the cases, and also as to make the summary or something like. But I think the court of law is not accepting those, and they want that the advocate, the legal expert, they have to have their own analysis, their own interpretation, and their own presentation. And I don't know, because this is the one aspect, but when I look at the impact of these disruptive technologies, how much the impact they will have on the judgments, on the individuals, and how the legal profession is going to track it, and make what kind of the new legal policies will come, because it's going to impact the society, at big way. And I think that a lot of innovation will be required, and a lot of the new legal policies will come, not only for the businesses, but for the protecting the citizen of the nation. And in a social media, every day we have been hearing so many things, to the extent, if you remember that, when the Barack or Obama was there, some speech was created, which was not his own speech. So what all can happen? And I think one side we are saying these are the great times, but I would say these are also the challenging times. And it has the lot of opportunities for the legal fraternity to come up with the, through the law commission and others, that how we can come with the new laws and all those things which protects ultimately an individual, and the citizens of the country, as well as businesses. And I'm extremely thankful to all our distinguished panelists on this session, and my special message to all the students. I think you are in the exciting time. For you, there are all kind of the opportunities are there, right from the not only going and becoming the legal expert and fighting in the court, but you also have that to advising and counseling the so many people. So you can start your own firm, you can start your own venture, and expand your businesses, providing the specialized consultancy, advisory, all many things, and you can really grow your businesses not only in the national court, but in the international courts. With this, wish you all the best and God bless you. And especially I want to thank Dr. Bandyopadhyay ji. So many things are happening. Even the yesterday, the day for yesterday, one of the conference started yesterday, it got concluded. Today again, Dr. Bandyopadhyay ji is now in this conference. So many things happens. I think I would say the Amity Law School is the most dynamic institution, the chairmanship of Dr. Bandyopadhyay ji, and I can say the development of the student, the way it happens, the faculty that it contributes is amazing. So thank you very much, Bandyopadhyay ji, for your valuable contribution to the growth and development of the Amity University.
Now, dear student, just now you have heard our Vice Chancellor speaking. Now, don't you not feel that she deserves to get your standing ovation? Thank you very much. Because in spite of her busy schedule, she meant to come over here to meet you, to bless you. That's the most important thing. That's the reason I requested you.
You know, I'm so happy and delighted. You know, just now Mr. Satyaki Bhattacharya ji said he is the alumni of the Amity's first batch. What a pleasure for us that our own alumni is the panelist and before you. And in future, I want to see many of you. I will be seeing you as a panelist coming and sharing the ma'am or the sir. I'm the very much alumni of this university and this Amity family. So we are very proud of him, Mr. Charyaji, that you're doing so well. Thank you so very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you for your insightful and enlightening word, ma'am. You are truly an inspiration. Now, I request our session chair, Mr. Vineet Vish, to invite our next panelist.
I think we are having a great insightful discussion. We heard the ethical side and the unethical side of artificial intelligence. So taking the conversation forward, may I request Mr. Satyaki Bhattacharya to please share his views, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Satyaki Bhattacharya is a managing partner, Growthscapes, a learning and development consulting firm offering capability building solution to the organizations. He was head of legal and corporate affairs at the Star News, which became ABP News. He's an experienced corporate leader, board advisor, and global consultant. With his 30 years of track record in corporate leadership roles, he possesses invaluable insights into diverse industries, including manufacturing, pharma, ITES, media, and entertainment. He is specialized in consulting with boards, facilitating organizational integration during mergers and acquisitions, implementing effective succession plans, and cultivating high-performance leadership teams for major global organizations. More interestingly, as VC ma'am informed, he is the first batch alumni of Amity Business School. We are honored to have you here, sir. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Satyaki Bhattacharya.
So, Vice Chancellor ma'am has left, but my greetings to her. Dr. Bandyopadhyay, thank you. Thank you, Vikrant. Thank you, Jasmeet and your team thank you, Garima. Thank you, Sultanat, for having us here. And thank you, my dear colleagues. I say my dear colleagues because all set of people sitting here are actually my colleagues. So if you are on the faculty side, I'm also a faculty in some universities. I am yet to get my doctorate, but I'm en route. And if you're talking of students, I have been part of you. I'm the first batch, as you all know, and I'm still a student. But to take my right hand side to my mouth, I do certain work. And I would like to begin on a very simple note. We saw Dr. Vij telling us, Vikrant telling us about the legal side, the technology side. I would like to stitch together with another very important aspect, this side, which is the psychological side. And when I say stitch together, I would like to just remind ourselves that this is about entrepreneurship, this is about innovation and leadership. May I ask you, when you hear the word entrepreneurship, what does it come to you? Yes, my dear young students, when you hear entrepreneurship, what does it come to you? What it is? What is it? Shoot from wherever you are.
Anyone? Anyone?
What is entrepreneurship?
Anyone? Anyone?
No, come on. Sorry? Okay, creating something new. Anybody?
He has already broken the ice. Yes.
Leadership? All right. Okay, one more. Building a new business. Let me give you a different perspectives. These are all results. Entrepreneurship is a process, and the process is very, very psychological. And let me quote David McClelland. David McClelland said, any human being at any point of time, including you and me, we have three needs, and one of them are dominant. You must have noticed some people, cousins, friends, relatives, colleagues, wherever they are, they will think, oh, the buck should stop with me. I'm in control. सब कुछ मेरे कहने पे होना चाहिए. You know, I am the powerful. That's one need, a human need, which is need for power. There is a second need, which is more and more people should know about me. I should get associated with more and more people. I should be extending myself to more and more people. McClelland said this is need for affiliation. And there is a third need in all of us, which is need for excellence. And it is this need for excellence which translates into entrepreneurship, that whatever I do, I will do best. I got a lot of beating from my mom when I was a kid. Nowadays, beating is banned, so you guys are lucky. And she would say two things. जहां से जो लिए हो वहीं पर रखना है. There is a place for everything. And the second thing I will get a beating for is everything has got a decency. You just don't do it. You do it in the best possible way. This is the root of entrepreneurship, the need to excel. I think we all have lost the need to excel. And what do? We just finish the task. We don't think about doing the task in a way that surpasses all existing level of best. We just do it. Kitna pass mark hai? 30, 45, chalo koi baat nahi, 47 aa gaya. Kitna pass mark hai? 38, chalo 40 aa gaya. This is a bad mindset. With this mindset, we will never chase excellence. And when we never chase excellence, no matter what universities you go, you can never become an entrepreneur. And becoming an entrepreneur, all those of you who have answered this question, one, leader is only a part of it. Two, starting something is only a part of it. There could be a rickshaw puller in sector 125 who's a very entrepreneurial rickshaw puller. The maid who comes to your house could be a very entrepreneurial maid. Why? Because she chases excellence. Once we stop or once we start chasing excellence, we are sowing the seeds of being an entrepreneur. The other thing I would like to say is on creating something new. You see, when we were growing up, late 80s, early 90s. Let me cut into Hindi because this essence comes out in Hindi better. उस जमाने में मैं विक्रांत जी को बता रहा था कि तीन ही चीज बनते थे. तीन ही चीज बनते थे. लोग पूछते ना बेटा बड़ा होके क्या बनोगे? तो तीन ही चीज बनते थे. एक बनते थे डॉक्टर, एक बनते थे इंजीनियर और एक तीसरी चीज बनते थे. मेरी बातों का बुरा नहीं मानेंगे, इसमें बहुत सच्चाई है. तीसरी चीज जो बनते थे वो बनते थे नालायक. नालायक. उस समय नालायक तो कुछ नहीं कर पाते थे. But let me tell you, you are so lucky, as Vice Chancellor ma'am was saying and Dr. Bandyopadhyay was saying, you're so lucky that this is the time which belongs to you. This is the era which belongs to you, where apart from the mainstreams, the downstreams are the ones who will do excellent. So you can go, and my cousin came to Noida in late 90s. He ran away from home because he wanted to join Footwear Development Technology Institute in Noida. He ran away from home. Well, of course, we don't have him. We have lost him. His last role was he was CEO of P. Liner and Sons, drawing a salary of 2.5 crores. You know why he ran away? He ran away from home because my dadi told him, what? You want to go and learn shoemaking? Brahman ka ladka juta banayega. That boy became a CEO. So the era belongs to you. The only mantra that you need to follow is, whatever I am doing, do I procrastinate? Do I say, acha kal kar lenge? Do I say, chalo itna kar liya, ye kafi hai? Or do I chase excellence? If you chase excellence, I'm repeating, if you chase excellence, you are going to create a damn good career for yourself as an entrepreneur. I would like to stop here because we need to respect the time boundaries and there are others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are truly fortunate to have such a distinguished panel with us. Thank you very much. Moving to our next panelist, I request our session chair, Mr. Vineet Vish, to invite our next panelist.
So we have Dr. Pavan Duggal, a very well-known name, sir, and I've personally had the privilege of working with Dr. Duggal for many, many years. So over to you, Dr. Duggal, and we look forward to hearing your views, sir.
Mr. Dr. Pavan Duggal, who will be joining through hybrid mode, is a practicing advocate of Supreme Court of India. He is the conference director of International Conference on Cyber Law, Cybercrime and Cyber Security. He is the founder and chairman of International Commission on Cyber Security Law. He's also president of cyberlaws.net. He has been working in the areas of cyber law, cyber security, and mobile law. He's also a chief executive of Artificial Intelligence Law Hub. He has made an immense impact with an international reputation as an expert on cyber law, cyber security, and e-commerce law. Very interestingly, bird domain law recognizes him as one of the top lawyers around the world. Up to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Vij, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. As I talk to you from a car in the midst of rains in Mumbai, it's a different experience. But I can tell you technology today is able to bridge the widest possible known gaps. But when I talk about artificial intelligence and legal entrepreneurship, then clearly some key things come to my mind. First, if you're talking about legal entrepreneurship, clearly legal entrepreneurship has to keep in mind the existing legal principles that have already developed and evolved so far as artificial intelligence is concerned. But then there is a catch. The catch is that the law is still not developed on artificial intelligence. Well, it's a misnomer to say that the law has not developed. Because when I look at the legal frameworks, the state of Illinois had become the first state in the world to come up with a law on artificial intelligence way back from 1st of January 2020. This was the Illinois Artificial Intelligence Video Interview Act of 2020. And then we saw a repeated new, but then the world went into huddle because it was not clear as to how should we go ahead and deal with the regulation of AI. Till such time, the European Union put forward its cards on the table. Its draft Artificial Intelligence Act, which has now been passed through the European Parliament, has focused on minimizing public risk that's going to be caused as a result of activities engaged in by artificial intelligence. Today, I want to highlight to you something that's happened exactly a month back, and that's in China. On the 15th of August 2023, China has implemented a law on artificial intelligence. Well, you now must be all familiar with how chat GPTs and perplexity.ai's are becoming the common fulcrum of our day-to-day lives. But we're also beginning to realize that how generative AI is not just more than an advanced toy for adults, it also is a self-exposure tool. Today, when I am generating content on generative AI, I tend to jump into the actual factum of using AI without reading to the terms and conditions or the privacy policy. So if you were to read the terms and conditions of OpenAI, then, and also the privacy policy, you would very clearly realize that your expectation of privacy must evaporate. Because whatever you're going to talk on the generative artificial intelligence algorithms like ChatGPT or GPT-4, they're all ultimately going to lead to your data being part of a big data set, which effectively means that what am I sharing today on AI will very quickly become a part of the public domain in case if I'm not going to be careful. And therefore, the need for exercise of due diligence, caution and care for general AI users, for users of generative AI, and for general netizens becomes of crucial necessity. I must share with you a recent example, and I want you to think about it, how this can have the kind of ramifications. I will not name this platform, but this platform is very popular. And Indians have this remarkable habit of logging on to these generative AI platforms using their own names or their own email IDs, which would invariably have their own names. And there is this page 3 personality who is having the reputation of being a playboy. He has a number of girlfriends. In fact, he keeps on changing his girlfriends every 2 or 3 weeks. And he went to ChatGPT and also one of the other platforms, and then went and asked an answer to his problem. The answer to the problem that he was seeking was that he was having numerous girlfriends at the same period of time. And he did not know how to manage all these girlfriends simultaneously. So he actually told to the platform that I have currently these 5 girlfriends. Girlfriend 1 is named so-and-so. Girlfriend B is, girlfriend number 2 is ABC. Girlfriend number 3 is XYZ and so on. And thereafter he says, I'm not able to give them appropriate time. Can the generative AI help him to develop a girlfriend management program? No wonder the generative AI gave a girlfriend management program, which he then began implementing. But more significantly, somebody who was closer to him came to know about this. So in order to get a confirmation about the real names of his girlfriends, the said person went to the same platform and asked, well, here is this gentleman. He has number of girlfriends. Could you name the girlfriends? So lo and behold, the exact names of all these 6 girlfriends came to be spilled out on the generative AI platform. So when you are on a legal entrepreneurship route, you have to be careful of one thing. The activity that's users are going to do using AI services or platforms of yours could be causing a lot of harm, including self-harm. In fact, there could also be a self-goal that could also be caused. In a scenario like this, your topmost priority as a legal entrepreneur will have to be, how do I save myself from potential legal exposure because I'm offering artificial intelligence services or generative artificial intelligence services? And I think that's one area that don't wait for the law to come in. Well, when I look at the law in China, that's come in 1 month back, the law is very clear. It's actually asking every stakeholder or every user or a company who's developing a generative AI product to first engage in auditing of the said algorithm for purposes of bias or discrimination before the same can be offered to the people at large. The said legal regime recognizes the fact that there could be legal harm caused that could be caused to users of generative AI platforms, and therefore has begun to start making legal entities responsible for such legal harm. So in the Indian context, when we are talking today, if you are on a legal entrepreneurship route and you're planning to use or are you using artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence, my 2 words of advice to you will be, please go ahead and protect your backs. You don't exactly know how users are going to use your AI services or platforms. And now with prompt command engineering coming in a big manner, the chances of errant users trying to go ahead and forcibly misuse your AI platforms, algorithms to generate content which AI terms and conditions have specifically disallowed becomes a distinctive possibility. So you will have to put in appropriate due diligence, parameters of care, caution, so that you can potentially try to protect yourself from exposure. Why? Because if you are a legal entrepreneur and you are going to be using AI or generative AI, be prepared for legal risks and legal exposure. Ask OpenAI, the company that's generated ChatGPT. It's now being engulfed in N number of litigations in the US and across the world. Well, right from a radio jockey who has gone ahead and sued OpenAI in America, saying that OpenAI has defamed me because when people query about me on your ChatGPT platform, your ChatGPT says that I'm involved in money laundering, which I am not. So clearly you've defamed me, please pay me damages. Right to other cases where you have authors who have written their own bestseller books, suddenly finding that their bestseller books have been used for the purposes of training these AI platforms and algorithms, and consequently copyright infringement actions are beginning to come in. In the Indian context, if you are a legal entrepreneur and if you are using artificial intelligence, you have reason both to rejoice and also to sulk. You have reason to rejoice because India still doesn't have a dedicated law on artificial intelligence. That does not mean that it's a gray zone. You have reason to sulk. Why? Because a large number of legal frameworks in the current scenario could be made applicable in the context of generative artificial intelligence or artificial intelligence. So to give an example, when you are a legal entrepreneur today in India, and you are going ahead and offering your services of artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence, then whether you like it or not, you get covered under the Indian Information Technology Act 2000. And this is so because ultimately your generative AI platform is nothing but using computers, computer systems, computer networks, computer resources, communication devices, as also data and information in the electronic form. The number 2 thing that I want you to remember as a legal entrepreneur who's using AI in India is that you will automatically be sucked into legal exposure by virtue of your being covered as an intermediary under Section 21W of the Information Technology Act 2000. This is so because when you are a legal entrepreneur and when you will be using generative AI or AI services or providing such platforms, you become a network service provider because you're providing services on a network and you would be dealing with third-party data. Users would be coming on your platforms, would be generating their own data, and thereafter you would be seen to be dealing, handling, or processing third-party data. You would also be deemed to be providing services with respect to that data. And therefore, you automatically become an intermediary under Section 21W of the IT Act. Once you do that, Section 79(2)(c) of the Information Technology Act 2000 wants you to exercise mandatory due diligence while you discharge your obligations under the law. Now, various parameters of due diligence have been stipulated under the IT Rules 2021, the IT Rules 2011. It's good to see that there are no specific due diligence parameters yet for AI intermediaries. But whatever existing due diligence parameters are there, to the extent they are applicable to your operations, you will have to ensure compliance with the same. And now with the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 already being passed by the Indian government, you will now have a much bigger role to play in terms of tightening your belts. Why? Because when you offer as a legal entrepreneur artificial intelligence services or generative AI services, you don't exactly know whether the users will be using your AI services for purposes of feeding their own personal data. Now, if they feed their own personal data, it will be incumbent upon you as a legal entrepreneur to go ahead and protect such data. You don't do that, and you get exposed to fines up to 250 crore rupees per contravention under the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. In addition, in case if there's a cyber security breach on your platform, please remember you would still be required to comply with the provisions of the IT Directions 2022, which mandate you to mandatorily report any incident of cyber security breach or cyber incident or cyber security incident to the Indian Nodal Agency on Cyber Security within 6 hours of coming to know about it. If you don't do that, you automatically commit an offense punishable with imprisonment and fine under Section 70B of the Information Technology Act 2000. So these are some key trailers of this new film that is about to be launched that I wanted to give to you. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm not even trying to tell you that don't be on the way of legal entrepreneurship. By all means, please embrace legal entrepreneurship as a distinctive way of life. But as we go forward, my 2 bits of advice to you will be, in case if you are dabbling, dealing, handling with or providing any services pertaining to artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence, please do your adequate due diligences. Please try to protect your banks. Try to ensure that you can potentially limit your exposure to legal liability in the coming times. Those are the only words of caution that I would like to give. Otherwise, it's a fantastic new world. And if you don't jump in the legal entrepreneurship boat today, you might be late tomorrow. The reason for this is that generative artificial intelligence is growing from leaps to leaps and bounds. In addition, OpenAI has in the last 1 month initiated its super intelligence alignment project, which effectively is saying that in the next 4 years, they are now wanting to come up with the new super intelligence that's going to supersede human intelligence, and that will enter us into a new paradigm, a new age altogether. So we hardly have any time to think. So whatever you want to do, you should do now. But of course, whatever you do, please do it with care, caution, and due diligence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, it's over to you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights on the topic. I would now request Vineet with sir to take on the stage and continue the deliberations. Over to you, sir.
Firstly, thank you, Dr. Duggal. I think it was very insightful, particularly the fact that, artificial intelligence or the next levels are already reality. We are living in times that, there is no choice, and sooner the better. Of course, there is a risk. There are multiple risks, But as long as we are doing it with caution, it's a great thing to be in. So thank you so much, Dr. I'm mindful of, and thank you so much, sir, and thank you for taking it from Bombay. I know the line was bad at some time. Look forward to catching up with you in Delhi. Thank you. I'm mindful of the time. I think we've surpassed the timeline, but there are some questions that just kind of have been, bothering maybe a lot of us. If there's somebody who wants to take the question, otherwise I have one or two questions that I would want to put to the panelists. Anybody for the questions? So maybe I'll take it. First, you talked about mindset, Mr. Bhattacharjee. So I would want you to amplify maybe in couple of lines. I mean, it was very exciting to know this new definition of entrepreneurship, etc. I mean, we took it as passion, leadership, etc. So I mean, I was very excited hearing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think this is one of the fundamental aspect of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, like three of them said that people normally know it's about creating something. It is about creating something. Of course, creating something, but that's the result. What is the process behind it? The process behind it is I'm chasing excellence and I'm doing something which is unique. And when we look for excellence and unique, there is a syndrome in us, and it is science or psychology, which is called the achievement syndrome. Some people suffer from this. They just want to achieve. They just want to achieve. They just want to achieve. And the achievement syndrome is actually behind entrepreneurship. So that's the psychology part. Thank you.
Thank you. Vikrant, to you, maybe, if you want to talk something about the fact that AI, generative AI, etc. I mean, we see a lot of benefits attached to it, so legal entrepreneurship, venturing into or facilitating or taking use of it for good purposes, for ethical purposes. But what are the major key drivers to adopt? Cost reduction, etc. We've heard. So do you want to speak something about cost, reduction, efficiency, etc.?
I think there has been a little worry on part of many that AI would reduce the workforce. There would be a change. There would be a change certainly in the workforce. Reduction of cost is always there for companies to consider how they can reduce the cost. But it would then align to more knowledge-based work. So we all would have to upgrade ourselves, go to the next level of education, skills, so that we are keeping up with the times, and whatever AI is able to achieve, we are going a step ahead of that. So AI would obviously look at, achieving the bottom lines for the companies that is there. So I could only add another risk of using AI, which I just wanted to add, especially for law students. I remember Justice Verma was at a panel discussion in our college CLC, and he had mentioned that all these technologies are helping you to find cases faster.
Right.
But these are taking away the basic skills for a law graduate to actually flip through books. That has gone, and which is a big thing for me, that we are not going and checking on other cases which are not relevant to us at that point in time, but which could be useful at a later date in future. So we are missing out on that by using AI and these tools for our research purposes.
So Vikrant, just to add, how many of us remember phone numbers now? We've given it to mobile phones and so on. So I think we've surrendered to technology.
Totally.
And this is another example of surrendering to technology.
Phones, maps, we've forgotten how to go, where to go.
Oh, you don't need your wisdom to find a place. Google Maps helps you. So I think we've gone too much to technology, but I think it's important to keep to the basics and balance between artificial intelligence and natural intelligence.
I totally agree. I concur.
You wanted to say something, Mr.
Yeah,
Dr.
I just wanted to add that, just because of the advent of AI, just because we have artificial intelligence, we should not forget and let our natural intelligence rust. Sometimes we should try and find and go home without using the Google map and try and see, because what is happening is we are lending our wisdom to Google. And when we start lending our wisdom, we're borrowing from Google everything, I think we are ourselves eroding our natural intelligence. I thought I'll just add it here.
I wish Dr. Duggal was here, but I don't know if he's there, but to you, Vikrant, also, and I'm taking this as a corporate lawyer. and I've posed this to questions. I posed this question to almost all lawyers across the world. I have been asking them, what is your rate card for the service that you will give me based on natural intelligence versus a service that you can give me based on artificial intelligence? So your questions are just a sec. They have not been giving me a direct answer. They kind of say, we'll give you a 20% discount, 30% discount. I don't know if that's.
I think there would be an alignment to that also. You will not be able to charge more for things which are easily accessible, easily there. You would have to upgrade, like I said, to the next level to provide more knowledge base. In fact, I'm a member of one of the international organizations, and there are a lot of organizations which are giving these support to legal industry. And the big debate was, do you fight those or you embrace those? There are like for patent annuity, I mean, you may charge $100 and they may do it for $10. You can't fight them. You need to then define that, okay, this is what I will do and this is what I will not do. Because companies would eventually go, there's a big chunk of difference there. So they would go to those service providers. So we need to find our niche where I can charge the true value for the service I'm providing. So we need to move away from this generic work.
Sure, and I think we've got the NASCOMs, the NITI Aayogs, the world institutions talking about what are the areas which must be supported through AI. So we have medical, we have many other places, and there are some areas which are not to be touched, etc., which could danger the mankind headcounts, etc., etc. So I think that's a big debate already on.
Allow me to add a couple of words over here. You see, I started my career in the management institution, and that is the IIM Lucknow. So being a man of computer science, so they hired me as assistant professor, and my colleagues started staring at me that where from this gentleman came. He has no background of management and he's going to teach the students of management. And you will not believe, when I started teaching IT or computer science to the management students, initially there was lots of hesitance. But when I saw in 92, 93, my courses used to be highly subscribed. Now, all management tools and techniques are available, but IT tools, the way it has intruded, and it has actually enhanced its efficiency and effectiveness. And that is the way how I look at it. AI is going to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of our justice providing facilities.
Absolutely, Dr. Vanapadhyay, you made the right line. It's not about cost, it should be about efficiency. I think the focus line, the bottom line should be efficient. I saw this girl wanting to say something, please.
There is a question that I have written. So the question is like, are there regulatory hurdles or concerns related to the use of AI in the legal profession? And how can legal entrepreneurs address this issue?
Could you repeat that? The first part?
So are there regulatory hurdles or concerns related to the use of AI in legal profession?
See, regulatory control, I mean, there's no regulatory control in that. But like I said, verification is a big thing. When I'm for the legal profession, when I'm relying on something which is being generated by AI.
Yes.
So you need to be careful that you're citing precedents which are actually there. So you need to verify what is there. So there could be like the lawyer who faced in the US, I mean, could be a contempt that you're citing something which is not true. So there you have to be careful. And second could be like for IP, I can tell you for IP, you need to be careful that when an inventor is sharing his documents with you, that's a confidential information. So you should not be sharing it on a AI to draft the patent application. The minute you do that and it becomes a public document, then the novelty is destroyed. So there's no regulatory, different regulatory other than what is already there for AI right now. But there would be whatever is there, you would be bound by those things. Yes.
So maybe just to add and conclude, I think privacy concerns will be big time. You will see issues around intellectual property, particularly copyright violation. So that would be another concern area. Defamation, sir talked about and you mentioned. So these are some gray areas which will come into play soon. And soon we will see regulations. We talked about China regulation. EU regulations and all that coming in. So I think we will see very soon a regulatory framework also. But of course, the things have come in, the law will follow, and take the risk, go ahead. I think that's the message. Yeah.
Dear student, we are now more or less coming to the end of our deliberations. And you have heard very, very important legal luminaries, legal entrepreneurs sitting over here on the dais. And the way they have given their opinion, the way they have elaborated their opinion, including Mr. Duggal, who is supposed to be the authority on the cyber security and cyber crime. And also, the gentleman from Polish, the way he has given us the different thoughts, and we should not be afraid of. When things evolves, solutions also comes out. Who brings the solution? It is the entrepreneurs who brings the solution. And solutions will emerge. And that is the message. And we want many of you to become an entrepreneur, to catch up with the technology. The technology and the law are going to be inseparable in the days to come. So whatever problems you are facing today or seeing today, you have to find the solutions for that. Regulatory, non-regulatory is immaterial, because society itself will evolve and the law will also follow. And that is the message that I like to give as a teacher, as a professor. So risk-taking ability, understand that your inside urge, that if these are the problems coming up due to this technology, whether it's artificial intelligence or machine learning or blockchain, whatever it could be, whatever issues are coming, the mankind is facing, there is a necessity or internal urge that I am to find a solution. And there starts the entrepreneurship. And I hope many of you will do that. And I'm thankful on behalf of the Amity University, on behalf of the Amity Law School, to all these eminent speakers who spoke over here. And we shall continue to get their support. We shall continue to get their lectures to be heard. And you, the students, will be benefited out of those lectures. And many of them sitting over here are your recruiter. Please remember that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. As we come to conclude today's deliberations, let us remember that our journey doesn't end here. The knowledge we have gained, the connections we have formed, and inspiration that we have drawn are a powerful catalyst for our continued growth and development. At the end, I would say it is a collective pursuit of knowledge and commitment towards growth and progress that has made this event truly exceptional. I would start by thanking each panelist on the dais for taking out their invaluable time for sharing their perspective. Thank you, sirs. And I would also like to thank our online panelist, Mr. Duggal, sir. I truly believe that our relationship will continue to grow with each of you. I would like to thank our Honorable Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan for his visionary approach. Sir has always guided us through every aspect in the university. I would also like to thank Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Mr. Atul Chauhan, for his mentorship over the years. I would now go on to thank our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Bhavinder Shukla, for conceptualizing today's event as a part of the ongoing 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership. At the end, I would like to thank our chairman, sir, for always guiding and motivating us. Gratitude to Professor Dr. Tandon, to our joint HOIs, Dr. Shefali Raizada ma'am, Dr. Aditya Tomar sir, Dr. A.P. Bhanu sir, for always inspiring and motivating us, to our coordinators, CS Monica Suri ma'am and Ms. Jasmeet Kaur ma'am, for entire coordination, and last but not the least, our student CRC committee, and to all set of students who have patiently sat here for the entire discussion. Thank you all and have a very good evening.